Now, let's look at the outline of this module. Now, there are a total of 11 topics in this subject. So, have you all gone and downloaded the slides in the Google Classroom?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Download ready, is it? All of you downloaded, huh?
Yes.
Okay. The slides are there. Also, I forgot to attach the slide in the classroom. Now it's already attached. You can download that. The slides will give you a longer version of my session today. Today, what I'll do, I'm not going to go through everything completely, but I'll just go through all the gist of the whole entire thing. So my slide will be short. The slides that are there, that are given there inside the Google Classroom. Okay. So in topic 1, we're going to look at introduction to entrepreneurship. So we're going to look at what is entrepreneurship, the basics of entrepreneurship, and the different types of entrepreneurs. We're going to look at there are different types of entrepreneurs, and how, is a process, the entrepreneurship process, the process of being an entrepreneur. What is a process? Second, we're going to look at the entrepreneurial competence. Entrepreneurial competence means we're going to look at, in order for a company to be successful, to compete successfully, what are the qualities the company needs? Okay, many of them, starting a company is easy. Okay, financing it is easy, but sometimes the biggest challenge is what? Running it. Okay, when you come to run the company, that is where the challenge lies. Okay, now how do you develop competence? So we're going to look at areas like, for example, how can you have a competitive advantage? We're going to look at core competency. A few of these terms is what we're going to learn in the topic 2. Okay, and topic 3, we're going to look at the attitudes and behavior of entrepreneurs. Okay, now sometimes as an entrepreneur, the key thing is basically your attitude. Okay, so what are the different attitudes that entrepreneurs have and behavior? So we're going to look at a few examples of some entrepreneurs and what have they done, and what are their characteristics. We're going to look at that. Then we're going to look at resources. Okay, so what are resources? What are resources? Anybody? Vince, what are resources? Give me a resource. Why everybody's so quiet? Hello?
People support.
Pardon?
People support.
People support. What does people support mean? What do you mean by people support?
I think the effort, the efforts, the people, money.
Yeah, resources are like money, okay? And company, what else do they need? Resources. Finance.
Staff.
Staff, yes. Manpower is very important, is it? Some of what else you need? What are other resources that companies have?
Machinery.
Pardon?
Raw material.
Raw materials.
Raw material.
Okay, so we're going to look at what the different types of resources, what are unique resources, a company can have, right? So we'll look at the resources, different types of resources. And then we're going to look at the opportunity. Now, this is one of the most important things as an entrepreneur is opportunity, okay? Now, entrepreneurs are very opportunity people. That means they are able to observe, look at opportunity in everything that they see, okay? And then we're going to look at how you evaluate the opportunity. Now, not all opportunities you can make money from. Not all opportunity is good for us to, get involved or open a business today. So we're going to look at evaluating opportunity. And then topic 7 will be about business plan. Okay, a business plan. We're going to look at what is a business plan. And then topic 8 will be on creativity and innovation. Okay, which is very important. As an entrepreneur, we have to be creative, especially during this this time, a pandemic. During the time of pandemic, only innovation and creativeness is the ones that's very important. And then topic 9 is on financing, business financing. We're going to look at different ways of getting finances for business. Okay, and then topic 11 is business evaluation, control, and debt capital. And topic 11 is what? Managing growth. How you grow the business. Once a business is started and it's running, and it's been financed, how do you grow? From year on year, how do you manage the growth? So we look at that. So this module will cover the entire, all the details of entrepreneurship. Okay, we're going to look at all these things. Okay, now question, who are entrepreneurs?
Those who are willing to take risk.
Okay, good, very good. All right, those who are willing to take risk. Okay, then some more.
Who create the new business?
Pardon? To
Who
create
create
a new business, okay, entrepreneur. Now, what is the difference between an entrepreneur and a small business owner? Maybe you open up a small business, for example, let's say a restaurant, okay? Let's say I open up a restaurant. What's the difference between me and entrepreneur? Is that person, is he a business owner or is he an entrepreneur? Or maybe you open up a kedai runcit, let's say I open a kedai runcit. How different is that? Am I an entrepreneur or am I not just a business owner?
I think it's a business owner. The reason is that entrepreneurs is more than a business. Like, for example, you take risk and you become a disruptor, just like Airbnb or Tesla or what do you call that, Grab. That's my view. I'm not sure whether it's true or not.
Okay. What did you say again? Just give me a thing. I'm not very clear, so that it's like.
Okay. Now, what I said is that if you open up a kedai runcit, it's just another business because it doesn't have that much of risk. Maybe the capital is low, and the profit could be low. But being an entrepreneur is basically you take risk and you become a disruptor in this new millennium. Like for example, Tesla, Grab. Those kind of what do you call the businesses are, I would say, entrepreneurs because they take tremendous amount of risk and they put a lot of thoughts in bringing a product to the people and change the lifestyle of people all over.
Okay, I think you're right, is it? So sometimes we confuse any business as an entrepreneur, is it? But not if you in the real sense of the word entrepreneur are those people who take risks. And there are those people who start a new type of business, a business that is new type. For example, like what you mentioned, something like Grab. Okay, people have not heard about this kind of thing before, is it? These are entrepreneurs. They try to change the lifestyles of people, provide value. Okay, so these are basically entrepreneurs. Like give some examples of companies like Tesla. You heard of Tesla? Have you heard of Tesla?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you heard of Tesla,
Yes.
right? So, and companies like that who bring about a change, something different, a new innovation into the market. So these are basically entrepreneurs, right? Now, of course, those who open your own business also can be an entrepreneur, in a way, but in a real strict sense, entrepreneurs are people, they bring about change in the community. Okay. Now, who are these people? I'm sure you all know all these people, right? Who is this? Who is this guy? Who's
This one?
Huh?
This one? This one?
Which one?
Well, billionaire.
This
Bill
one. Who is this?
Bill Gates,
Bill
Steve
Gates.
Jobs,
This is
Mark
what
Zuckerberg.
Bill Gates.
Zuckerberg.
This is Bill Gates. This is what Steve Jobs. Right.
Steve
Okay?
Jobs.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs, Bill Gates.
Steve Jobs.
Who is this one?
Richard
Branson.
Richard Branson.
Richard Branson. Very good. Okay, this guy.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark
Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg, right? So this guy you might not know. Who is this guy?
No idea.
This is Michael Dell. Dell Computer.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
The guy who started Dell Computer. Many people do not know him, but he is one of the early entrepreneurs. A very innovative way of how to market computers. He came up with the idea, right? So that Michael Dell, this guy. Now I think he's the richest man in the world, or is it number 2? I don't know. They go up and down, Anybody know this guy?
Is it the Tesla owner? No.
No.
Amazon.
Who?
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff
He is the
Bezos.
owner of Amazon. He's the founder
Amazon.
of Amazon. The guy who started Amazon. He's the richest man in the world, maybe now is the second richest. Sometimes they go up and down, that.
Mr. Franklin, you're using the
Jack
his
Ma.
younger photo.
Jack Ma.
Correct?
Jeff Bezos, you're using the younger photo, and now he's completely bald.
Yes. I think he shaved it off. This is an old picture.
That's why I couldn't recognize him.
Okay. This is Jack Ma, right?
Yeah.
Nobody knows about Jack Ma, Okay, who is this person? Anybody knows this person? No. This is the richest woman in China, The number 1 richest woman in China. Okay. she is the owner of Lens Technology. She was just working in a factory many years ago, and then came up with the idea of doing so their company is the one that does all the screen for what you call iPhones, right? And she's the richest woman in China now, right? These two guys, these guys, what they develop, everybody's using it, like These are the founders of Google.
Okay.
Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Okay, so these two guys, they are the ones who founded what you call Google in the garage, right? They started Google, and today you know how big Google is. Like it's $1 trillion company. All these companies are all $1 trillion. $1 trillion means that's a market capitalization. I mean, how much the company is worth. Amazon is $1 trillion company. Apple, even Google, in Facebook also. Okay, this guy, anybody knows this guy?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Okay, Elon Musk. Okay, we're going to look at a little bit about all these people today in our entrepreneurship. Because I would say these are classic examples of entrepreneurs, right? Okay, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak started Apple Computer. We're going to look at a little bit of history about Apple in our studies today. These two guys, what they did was they started Apple Computer in 1976. They took a loan for 300. Actually, what happened was, in order for them to start the business, Steve Jobs sold his van, and this the other guy, Steve Wozniak. He's the IT guy. He's the clever guy, Steve Jobs is basically just a marketing guy. He's not into IT. He never studied actually computer science or anything like that. Only thing was he was an IT guy and he know how to market the particular product. And they started in their father's garage, Apple, and today it's $1 trillion company, right? Now, do you want to know how the first Apple computer looked like? Do you all know? Have you seen the first Apple computer?
No.
Okay, you want to see how it looked like?
Yep.
In 1976, this is the one that they sold, the first Apple computer that they sold. Like this.
Yes.
Would anybody buy this today or not?
I don't think so.
Definitely no, right? Isn't it? So that
No.
was retailing was $699 in 1976, right? And it doesn't even have a screen. You have to hook it up to a TV at those days. But this is the first personal computer in a way, which is available for people where they can do their own programming, on their own. So before that, all computers were very big, huge computers, which is not accessible for individuals to use. So they changed the way people thought about computers. Right? That's the first Apple computer. This is how the logos changed. The first logo was like this, Apple. Yeah, then now this is the current version that we have. How about these Malaysian entrepreneurs? Do you know these people? Who is this guy?
Sugar cane tycoon.
Our sugar king line.
Yeah.
The richest man in Malaysia. But he's not staying in Malaysia. That's the thing. Richest man in Malaysia was not staying in Malaysia. Okay, Tony Fernandez, we know. Lim Gotong. This is Ananda. Who is this one?
Syed Mokhtar.
Syed Mokhtar line. Okay. Now these are Malaysia's top 10 richest. You know who are the 10 richest people? Number 10 is Tan Sri Mokhtar. This is number 10 line. Okay. Number 9 is Tan Sri Dato' Tiong Hue King. What industry is he from?
Banking.
Timber. He's a timber tycoon. Timber tycoon from Sarawak. Okay, timber tycoon from Sarawak. Tan Sri Lau Chu Kun. Palm oil. Oil farm. Oil farm properties. Okay. YTL. He passed away. YTL. This is YTL. Okay. This is IOI. Sorry, Lim Kok Teh. Lim Kok Teh is what do you call?
Genting.
The Genting boss line. Okay. Right. Dato' Lee Shin Sing, palm oil. He's number 5. I think it's IOI property.
Yeah.
IOI corporation line. Public Bank. The boss of Public Bank line. Okay.
Public Bank.
Ananda comes in at number 3. Yeah, number 3. But I think it's not the latest. I think a couple of years ago. Right. Ananda is number 3. Number 2 is who? Who is this guy?
Hong Leong.
Hong Leong Bank. And number 1, of course, is our sugar chemical cycle line. These are the top 10 richest line, okay, in Malaysia. Okay, of course, this keeps changing.
Mr. Franklin,
I think after the pandemic, some of them have
Franklin.
increased, some of them have decreased, right? So, how about young Malaysian entrepreneurs? Now, today you find a lot of young entrepreneurs are there because of the internet, right? Okay. So, what do you call those people who start business on the internet? There's a name for it. You know what do you call them? Those who start a business on the internet. Okay. So take down this word, netpreneur. Okay, they are called netpreneurs. Okay, netpreneur is someone who has started an internet business. Okay, so they are called netpreneurs. A netpreneur. So now it's so easy to become a netpreneur. Anybody can do business online. Okay? So it's very easy for us to do that. Okay, now what normally people do is a startup. Have you heard of the word startup company? A startup. What is a startup? Somebody who starts an internet business, maybe, let's say, for example, Grab. Grab is a startup. Okay, a startup is a business. The difference is, how is it different from a traditional business? A startup is an entrepreneurial venture which is a newly emerged business venture. The purpose is to, close a gap in the marketplace. Some problem that is there, or some issue that is the need is there, which you can solve. So what they do is, for example, Grab. Grab is a startup. Okay? You will hear this word startup. What is the difference between a startup and a normal business? Startup and a normal business. Can you name any startup companies, any internet companies, any new young entrepreneurs in Malaysia? Money? Anu?
Startup.
Nazri, tell me some companies that have started.
Kautim.
Yes, there is.
Kautim.
Huh?
Kautim.
Kautim, yeah. Okay, Kautim is one company. Yeah, right. Okay, come on. Any other names?
Go-getters.
Go-getters.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
what
are
is it? What do they
something
do?
similar like a Grab.
Okay, they're like Grab. Right.
Yeah.
Go-getters. Then some more?
Soka.
What else?
Soka.
Soka. Yes, Soka is one. All right. Okay, good. A lot of new businesses today, because of the internet. Some of these are some of the names that you have. iFlix is also a Malaysian company, We started by this guy called Peter Grove, right? And we have Christian Shoes, Fashion Valley. You heard of Fashion Valley?
Oh, yep.
Right, Fashion Valley. Okay, Bibi Yusuf, he also has got a company of own. Kautim, we mentioned Kautim, all right. Buku for book rental, right? And there are a lot of fintech companies. Have you heard the name fintech before? Fintech. What is fintech? What is fintech? Fintech.
Sorry?
What is fintech?
Is a financial startup.
Yes,
Company.
financial startup. Okay. A fintech is a financial startup, right? The fintech. Give me an example of a fintech. What is a fintech company?
Like e-wallet.
Yes, e-wallet company. Like Boost. You're right.
Yes.
Boost is a fintech company, right? So nowadays, things are changing, is it? Where even insurance nowadays you can buy online. You don't need to go and buy from somebody, is it? You can go online and you can, they can choose for you what's the right kind of insurance you can get. You can buy that, is it? Fi Life, the company called Fi Life, Fi Life, is it? Fi Life is the internet company. What they do is they help you to buy insurance on your own. So these are all called fintech companies. Fintech companies are those that use technology in the area of finance. Okay, so they are slowly going to replace banks in the future, right? And today you are also going to have digital banks. So these are all the different innovations that are happening in the space. Okay, now how do these Malaysian companies recently, due to what you call the pandemic, how did the pandemic affect them? How many of you have been affected? Your companies been affected due to the pandemic?
I think if talking as a general, almost a company or industry is being affected by pandemic. But if you're looking at the entrepreneur's perspective, I don't think so. They are have a limitation towards the pandemic, because when you become entrepreneurs, you are creating innovative new things. How you want to how you want to react to pandemic situation. So I can take some example, the face mask. So those days, face mask, people just put it, have a earlobe. But nowadays, you have a very stylish or stylish face mask, and then you have some technology called fabric mask, that and so on. So I think this one is the answer is very subjective. It depends how the entrepreneur reacts to the pandemic, how they look at the opportunity itself. That's all.
Very good. Okay, so entrepreneurs are those who can change the environment, and be innovative. They use innovation to change the business model. Okay. Now, in what do you call this thing? For entrepreneurs, this is a new word called pivot. Okay. Have you heard this word before? Pivot. Okay. A pivot means you are changing the direction of the business. I mean, for example, maybe your business is, let's say, for example, a restaurant business. But then suddenly, because of the situation, what happened? You change, your business model. Maybe it's all on delivery now, is it? So that is called pivoting. Pivoting changes their, what do you call it? Maybe, for example, the company pivoted the business into a food delivery due to the pandemic. Okay. Give me examples of companies that are pivoted. Any examples?
How about Asia, sir?
Yes, Asia. Asia, one good example, You remember? Asia, what they do, they pivoted the business. They mean what they did, they went into more on the digital. Okay, one of the things that they did was food delivery. Do you remember this thing? Tony Fernandez delivering food and things like that, right? Isn't it?
Yes,
I think maybe that one for sure, Dila. But anyway, basically the idea was they changed the business model. They mean that they're going to be now. So according to Tony Fernandez, in another 5 years from now, the revenue that they get now at the moment is majority of the revenue, or 90 to 80% of the revenue coming in from travel. That is from the airline industry. Right? But in the 5 years from now, they're going to change that, to make it lesser. I mean, only 50% of the revenue is going to come from there. But majority of the revenue is going to come from other digital, what do you call, areas. So they are moving the business to a different direction now. And that is called pivoting. Okay. Actually, if you look at in Malaysia, 280,000 new businesses have been registered between March and September of last year, 2020. That means many companies closed down, but new businesses have sprouted up, because new people have thought about new ideas of how to start businesses up today. Okay, now this is going to be your homework. Okay, I want you to look for Malaysian companies that pivoted their business model. It could be your own business, maybe your own business that you changed the way, they like, for example, we were talking to Vince just now, right? Vince, right? Isn't it? Vince?
Yeah.
Okay, how did you pivot your business? This is what we're going to learn today. The word pivot, you
Yep.
pivoted your business. I mean, you are doing mostly all event management. How did you pivot your business?
So from ground, now we change everything to virtual.
Okay.
So we do everything virtual to the client.
Okay. How did you do? Give me an example of how you pivoted it.
So let's say we have like a product launch, everything. So we invite their customers, the potential customers, to be online when we do all the, the ground launching everything. But what we do is we have our own studio. Everything is recorded online there.
All right.
So we send the invitation to the customers. So they can watch online, they can make orders, purchase everything during that live session.
Okay.
So it's more like you no need to go to a particular place to be there to watch everything. From your home, from wherever you are, you can watch, you can place your order, everything. So things change like that. Follow all the SOPs.
So was it effective? Were your customers, your clients, were they happy with the thing?
Yeah, because they can connect with more people. So they can get more engagement. So many people watching, the graph is going high. So it's not limited. So it's like open for everyone.
Open for
So
everyone.
they can boost their business.
Very good. Okay, so this is how you pivot the business. Say like, for example, hotels, you know. Do you remember how hotels pivoted the business during the, what do you call, the pandemic? Give me an example of what happened. Nazri, hotels, how did they change the business model?
They change the thing. Somehow people come to hotel and then use the restaurant, and then during the pandemic they come out, pivot the business model, go to the do the grind and then selling the food tightly, like in hotel only can see, but they're selling at the
Outside.
like a pasar malam, yes, outside.
Yeah, that's what is happening, is it? And then even hotels were renting the place for what you call
Quarantine.
work from home, you know. Quarantine, yeah, that's one of the
quarantine, yes.
And
And
then
work
those
from
who
home.
work from home, what they
Yes.
were offering a package, you know. That means that you don't need to work from your house. You can stay inside the hotel room, and we'll provide food for you, you know. That means you don't need to sit in your house, you know. We give you internet connection. Duduk dalam bilik, you save 50 ringgit the whole day. We give you food and things like that, you see. So they were doing that, you know. Rather than, you know, because guests cannot come and stay overnight, you see. So they're giving you that kind of thing. So this is how people pivoted the business. So in order for you to pivot the business, you need to be what you call creative, you know, and entrepreneurs need to be creative. So what I want you to do is go through, give me tomorrow, each one of you, I want you to come up with an example of a company that has pivoted, you know, what they have done into the business, right? I want you to go and look. It could be your own business, your own company, or it could be maybe some other friends or some other company that you see on the internet. Can you do that? All right. So let's look at some work on that. All right. Now, what are the characteristics of an entrepreneur? We were talking about entrepreneurs, right? We saw a few entrepreneurs like Tony Fernandez. What are the characteristics of entrepreneurs that you know?
Dare to fail.
Dare to fail. Okay, good. They're dare to fail, right? Selvi, give me one characteristic of an entrepreneur.
Good. Sorry, I'm mute. Self-motivation.
But yeah, self-motivated. Very good. Yeah, self-motivated. Anybody else? Izati?
Creative.
Creative. All right. Innovation. Creative. Money?
Must have a vision.
Very good. Must have a vision. Okay?
Flexibility.
Flexible. Yes, you're able to change. You're able to change. See, like for example, Tony Fernandez, quickly they can change into something else. They're an airline, you know. They can slowly, very fast, they can change. But you see, MAS were not doing anything. Yeah, but this guy, you know, whether it's profitable or not, it doesn't matter. But he starts something different, you know. 5 years from now, it totally be changed. Like he opened up Santan, you know. Remember Santan, the what do you call the restaurant kind of thing? So many things. So what he is saying is, from the future, another 5 years from now, 50% of the business is going to come from airline. And others are all going to be from different ways of what do you call this thing. And that's how entrepreneurs think. Okay, so success we see is like an iceberg, you know. What you see outside, like, you know, you see successful, a lot of money and, you know, famous, like. But what you see inside, underneath, you don't see that persistent failure,
Agree.
Disappoint,
Risk.
Vince, you remember? I'm sure you've gone through some of these things, right?
Yeah. It's not
you got to
easy.
do hard work. Sometimes you don't get paid, you know. So a whole lot of things are there. So this is basically an entrepreneur. What are the areas, you know, and what are the challenges that they go through, like. All right. Okay, let's look at topic 1, the 11 topics. So topic 1, we're going to look at introduction. All right. In introduction, what we're going to learn in this chapter is we're going to look at who is an entrepreneur. We're going to look at 4 different types of entrepreneurs. Okay, and the characteristics of successful entrepreneurs. Okay, we're going to identify 4 steps in the process. In order for a person to become an entrepreneur, there are 4 basic steps. So we're going to go through these 4 steps. What are the 4 steps? Okay? And then we're going to look at what is motivation. What motivates an entrepreneur? How is it that entrepreneur, whatever so do or die, they'll never die one. They want to wake up and do something like. So what is the one that makes a person a motivation like? Okay? Right. So I'm sure in your family, you know, you have some people who are doing business. Do you have somebody like that? Deva, do you have anybody who's business? Your uncle, maybe your brother, maybe your cousin, anybody like that? Do you have? Okay, anybody? Money? You have somebody who's doing business in your family or is an entrepreneur?
They're doing a transport business.
Who is that?
And my brother.
Your brother. Okay. And sometimes they all got a lot of new ideas on. Every time they try new things, different things, you know, they keep on doing. Sometimes they fall and then they wake up again, they fall and they wake up again, a lot of them, right, isn't it? So this is because of their motivation. So we're going to look at what are the factors that motivates them, all right? Now, who is an entrepreneur? Okay, definition of entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is a person who creates a new business in the face of risk and uncertainty for the purpose. So they create a new business. So an entrepreneur is somebody who creates a new business. He's an entrepreneur, okay? In the face of risk and uncertainty. That means you're very uncertain. You don't know whether this business can work or not. Okay? Now, like what Sudha was mentioning the other just now, Kedai Runcit, you can make money. There's not much of risk involved. People will come and buy, right? See? And it's not uncertain. Okay? But let's say I open up a food delivery business, that can be uncertain. We do not know people are going to order or not. Whether this kind of business model, will it work or not, we're not sure. So uncertain. Okay? And the purpose is for profit and growth. Okay? And they identify significant opportunities. Okay? And assemble the necessary resources to capitalize on. So an entrepreneur is somebody who creates a new business with the risk. Okay? And the purpose is for profit and for growth. And basically they make use of the opportunities, and assemble the right people to get it. So these are all entrepreneurs, right? Now, there are 4 types of entrepreneurs. Okay? Opportunity, serial, parallel, and necessity. Okay? Opportunity are those people who start the business because they see an opportunity in the market. Okay? A good example is who? Like Tony Fernandez. Okay? Now, Tony Fernandez, actually, how he started off this business is very simple. Okay? What was he working for before, Tony Fernandez?
He's from music background.
He was from the music background, right?
Yeah.
He was from the music background. Okay? He was working for Warner Brothers company. One day, what he did, he went off to US to go and talk to them. And then he was very unhappy. He resigned the job. He resigned the job. And then what he did, when he came back to Malaysia, he went to US, he went to London. He stayed there for a couple of days in London. So when he was in London one day, what happened was, he was watching the news, and then he saw what he called this company. There's a, what is a company in doing all this cheap travel company was there. So you're watching the video of that, of the advertisement, and then you say, hey, this is a good idea, why don't we open up what they call a budget airline in Asia? Because there's no Asia, they don't have, but in US they have, I think Southwest Airlines, and then in UK also they have what they call budget airlines. So then he thought, hey, why don't we open up this? There's a huge potential in this business, and then he saw the opportunity, and then he said, Asia is a group of people, 400 or million people in ASEAN, and he came up with the idea, why don't we do this? So you saw the opportunity and he started the business. And then other companies now, they all started like Malindo, and a few other companies have gone into the budget airline. But he saw the opportunity and started it. So these are people who look at opportunity, open up a business, and then start up. Then there are different next category of people called serial entrepreneurs. Serial entrepreneurs are those who start a business, and then they grow it, and then they leave that, and then go another one, and then they leave that or sell the business, go to another one. So these are called serial entrepreneurs. Okay, that means they do one by one, like something like serial killer. They do one by one. Okay? Then there's another category of entrepreneurs called parallel. Parallel means they run few businesses together. Do you know anybody who's doing few businesses together? Okay, one good example is this guy. Who is this? Elon Musk. Okay. Now Elon Musk, what he did, he opened up in 1995. He opened up a company called Zip2. And Zip2 is actually a startup. And what Zip2 does is basically he creates what he call it's a news portal, something like a news portal that they created. And he and a few friends started 1999. They started PayPal. You all know PayPal, right? Isn't it? PayPal. Okay. And they sold PayPal. Okay, to eBay. eBay bought PayPal from them. And that's where they made millions of dollars. And after that, what he did, he started investing in a few companies, SpaceX, Tesla. He's the owner of Tesla now. He invested in Tesla. All right. He's not the founder of Tesla actually, but he's the owner. He's now the majority shareholder. And then he opened up SolarCity, Hyperloop, OpenAI, Neuralink, and the Boring Company. These are all the companies that he's doing. So he's running them at the same time. So these are all called parallel entrepreneurs. Okay. And the last category of entrepreneur are called necessity entrepreneurs. Those who cannot find a job, or maybe they have gone through retrenchment, or maybe because of VSS, and they have a little bit of money and they think, hey, why did I do some business, and start off business. Okay. A friend of mine is a very successful entrepreneur dealing with this one. He got laid off, from his company. He was an engineer. He got laid off. And then what he did, he thought, hey, what can I do? I can do this, engineering thing. And he started a business, dealing with providing engineering services and all that. And today he's quite successful. So these are all called necessary, entrepreneurs. So there are 4 types. What are they? Opportunity, serial, parallel, and necessary, entrepreneurs, right? 4 types of entrepreneurs. Now, there's a different category of entrepreneurs called social entrepreneurs. Have you heard of this word, a social enterprise? Have you heard this word, social enterprise? Sudha, have you heard social enterprise? Okay. Now, social enterprise.
Yes, indeed, I've heard, but I cannot remember. Sorry.
Okay, you would have come across this word, social enterprise. Okay? A social enterprise means it's an entrepreneur who starts a non-profit organization, but he uses the same concept like an entrepreneur. For example, a good example would be this guy. Have you heard of this guy, Mohammed Yunus? He won the Nobel Prize, from Bangladesh. Okay, Mohammed Yunus, he opened up a company called a Grameen Bank, in Bangladesh. And the bank, what it does is it helps all the women. The bank is owned by all the women. So he looked at all the women in a village in Bangladesh, which are very poor. What they did was, with them, he created a bank, where they can borrow small amount. They borrow 100 US, 50 US, and they can do some business and then they pay back. So it's a bank owned by women, and he created this particular it's a social enterprise. Another example will be like this. There's a company called Gerai Orang Asli. Now, what they do is they buy all the handicraft from Orang Asli people, and then they open up shops everywhere to sell the produce. So this way, what happened? The Orang Asli people are able to get some money out of whatever effort that they put in. So that's the thing. The purpose is not to make a profit, but it is not for profit. I mean, they make a profit, but it's not for profit. The purpose is not for profit, right? So social enterprise is the use of techniques the startup companies and other entrepreneurs use fund and for social or cultural environmental issues, have to solve environmental issues. This is called a social enterprise. Okay. Now there's another category of entrepreneurs called intrapreneurs. Intra, what does intra mean? What do you mean by the word intra? When I say the word intra, what does it mean? What does intra mean, Mani? Intranet. Have you heard of the word? Nora, intranet, you should know what. Apa tu intranet?
A large firm.
Izati, what is intra?
Is internal.
Internal, yes, right, she's right. Internal. That means entrepreneurs are those people who are entrepreneurs that are within the organization. Okay, that means what now companies, some companies, what they do is they incentivize their staff. That means, let's say, for example, you are working for a particular company, and if, let's say, for example, you are able to be creative and develop something new, and the company benefits from that because of your innovation, what they do, they pay you a percentage of the royalty. Now, one good example of an entrepreneur is, how many of you use this Post-it? Have you used a Post-it, right, isn't it? Remember the Post-it that we use? The Post-it, the stickers that we have. This Post-it actually was developed by a group, two what you call scientists in 3M. What they were doing is they were actually making, they're supposed to make a glue, very strong glue. But what happened was they made a mistake. It was a failure. The project became a failure. And what happened was they could only make a glue that can stick a little bit only. And then they were thinking, yeah, it's a total waste. Then one day what happened was one of the guy, the other guy, Art Fryer, what he was doing is he used this as a bookmark. So when he was reading a book, he used that thing as a bookmark in his book. And then somebody looked at it and said, hey, this is a good idea. And then they thought of it, hey, why don't we think of marketing this? And then it became one of the top seller for 3M. And Post-it notes made them a lot of money. And because of that, what happened? They were paying royalty back to these two people who invented it. Right? So this is what we call an entrepreneur. Right? So companies today, what they do, they also have entrepreneurs inside the company itself, and they are what do you call, given certain privileges because they're able to do that. How many of your companies have that? I know that what do you call Tenaga National (TNB), yeah, they are developing on entrepreneurs within the organization itself. How about telecom? Do you all talk about entrepreneurs?
Yes.
All right. Tell me something. Anything? Any ideas or any kind of a projects that you all have started? Something like that, or initiative for that?
Jendela.
Jendela.
Yeah.
Okay. What is Jendela?
Now TM saya project for luar bandar yang kita nak give we give internet untuk yang project luar bandar. Let's say Banting or pedalaman. Then we call that project Jendela.
Okay. All right. That's good. So they are developing entrepreneurs within the organization. Because what happened is they found that if these people leave and open another company, they're going to be competitors for them. So might as well what I incentivize these people, let them stay, and then they do that. Google is another company. You know what they do is they give 20% of the time you can develop your own project. 80% you work for the company. Another 20% what you do, you develop your own what they call ideas. Okay? This is what Google does, right? Now, watch this video and write down Jack Ma's advice for entrepreneurs. Okay. Now, your assignment, there is a question. Have you all gone through your assignments? Have you all downloaded your assignments?
Yes.
Okay. There's one question there. Based on observation, describe
Yes.
the owner of the organization, character and motivation that drives his management. So this is one thing that you can. So you can pick up some ideas from what we're going to learn in this chapter. Okay. Now, watch this video and write down what are the different advice that you given live. Wait, I think hang already. Hold on.
I thought my connection is not good.
Let me reset the thing again. Can you hear the video?
Yes.
Always optimistic.
Yes.
A great entrepreneur is optimistic for the future. And you have to ask what problem you can solve, how you solve it, and different from the others, why you can do better than the others. You have to find a group of people working together. Those people believe the same vision. Those people coming to join you not because of the job. It's because they believe the dream, they believe the vision, and they believe the vision. And don't have to find, there's no best people in the world. There's the best people who's always working with you in your team. And train the team, work with the team, the team also will train you. Nothing what I will get. You have to ask what I will give. When should I win in 3 years or 10 years? If you have a great idea, prepare for 10 years. You're lucky if you win 1 year. Most people do not have this opportunity. Don't say, I want to win next month. I will succeed next year. Impossible. Forget about it. If you think, I will win this in 3 years, prepare for 5 years. My first round money I gathered from 18 founders, $15,000 US. We thought this $15,000 can last for 10 months. We even count every cent we spent, but only lasted less than 4 months. We're almost bankrupt. When you know what will you give up, then you will be able to get something. One of the reasons why we succeed 18 years ago because internet was not hot at that time. E-commerce was so cold. Nobody believed it, but we believe it. We don't care what other people say. We think that's the future. We think it will help people. So we study. When everybody say yes, there's no chance for you. So be unique. Use your mind. Think why you can do better. Why you can do different. Why you can last for 10 years. Why the other people can only last for 1 year. Don't wait for the environment to be ready. Don't wait for all the policy ready. When everything's ready, there's no opportunity for you. You have to move faster before the government take action. You know, if I do this, if the government say everything's ready, you should move to the other area because that there's no chance for you.
Okay. All right. So, what did we learn there? Jack Ma was missing for a while, huh? Did you read that? Jack Ma was one time, huh?
Yeah.
So he came back after some time, like, so that's what he said of the government, right? Isn't it? Don't wait for the government. He spoke something against the government, and then he went missing, like. Now let's recap. What are the points that he spoke there for entrepreneurs?
You should always be optimistic.
Okay, we have to be optimistic. Dennis, what did you listen?
Find good people.
Find good people. I think that's one of the key areas. Many entrepreneurs, they are successful because they have the right people. That's very important. Getting the right people is one of the key factors, right? Okay. Then next.
Don't focus on the thing hot.
Don't focus on the thing that is hot, like. So what is hot now? What is hot at the moment? Okay. Everything is online is hot,
Online
right?
business.
Isn't it? People are trying to sell everything online, and then after some time you can't make money because everybody is selling. Prices are big, thing. So if people are doing all focus on one thing, look at something else. Look at something else and do that, and that is how you become successful. Okay. So these are some tips, Good. Then Samu, what else did what did you learn from here?
For overall, people says.
Yeah, Faizal?
Just ignore what people says.
Apa tu?
Let's focus what you want to do. Just ignore what people says about you.
Okay, focus on what you want to do. And then remember you talked about sacrifices, right? Isn't it? But you want to plan to be successful next year, sorry, cannot lie. Entrepreneurs are those who know, it's not going to be now. It's going to take you 10 years for you to be successful, right? So he started the company in 1999, if I'm not mistaken, and that's how he started off the thing, and today is successful. Now we're going to look at what are the different stages of entrepreneurship. The process, is it the process? 4 basic aspects of entrepreneurship. Okay, 4 aspects of entrepreneurship. Okay, when do we take a break? What's the time now?
3:38.
Who can be my... Selvi, can you help me?
Yes, sir. Every 1 hour, right? 5 minutes?
Every 1 hour, yeah.
Okay, I will remind you, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, now, these 4 aspects of entrepreneurship, okay? Now, the first aspect is the creation process, okay? We create. The entrepreneur comes up with an idea, a process of idea, we create the particular, for example, Grab, okay? They created an idea from an opportunity. They look at the opportunity and then they create it, okay? So when you talk about the creation, it involves what? Creating something new and a value to the society, okay? Value to the entrepreneur and also value to the audience. So they created something of value. Second is what? You devote time and effort, to do that. Okay, that means the amount of time and effort it takes to create something new. Third aspect is you take the risk, you assume the risk. Okay? Whenever you look at you have a risk in the business, right? Any entrepreneur will tell you about the different risks in the business. Okay, uncertain, whether we do not know whether the payments are going to come in, whether customers are going to be, they like our, the offering that we are providing, the aspect of it. And then final one is what? Is the reward. You reap the rewards, okay? So most companies, what they do, they go into the IPO stage, right? You know what is IPO? What is IPO? What is IPO? Iza, what is IPO? For the banking, you all should know.
Public listed.
Huh? Yes, Dennis?
Public listed.
Public listed. When a company is being public listed, okay, and that is where they all become millionaires. So we'll cover that in the later chapter later on finances today. What are the different ways that companies can, what do you call, they can reap the rewards, right? So these three steps. First of all, it's the creation process, then you work on it, and you assume the risk that is related to the industry or to the business, and then you reap the rewards. There are 4 aspects of this thing. Now, entrepreneur personality. Now, what are the personality that these people you think have? Okay, some of you we already spoke about, right? Now, what are the personality they have? Vision. You said some of your vision. Never give up. Then some of what else?
Humble.
Humble. I think humility is not one of the things like these people. I don't think they're humble.
Systematic, sir.
They're very systematic in the way they do the thing. Then some of what else?
Moving forward.
Pardon?
Moving forward.
Yeah, they're moving forward. They mean they look forward into the future. They look into the future. Then some more?
Motivate. Discipline.
Self-motivated. Then some more?
Discipline.
Can't hear you.
Confident. Discipline, sir. Discipline.
Very disciplined. Yes. You know, confident. Discipline. Right. Okay. Anybody else? Any other thing?
Leadership.
Yeah, they have leadership skill. Arul?
Committed.
Yeah. They are very
Creative
committed to that. Yes, Arul?
Fast thinking.
Pardon?
Fast thinking.
They're thinking far, the future.
Yeah, because after the pandemic issue, he just went to the next business, food delivery.
Yeah, food delivery, right? Like they always are very quick in changing the thing. So these are some of the characteristics, that these people have, right? So when you write about it, your assignment, you can choose some of these things, right? So they want to be in control. Most of them, they want to be in control, is it? They want risk, confident, their ability to set a vision, immediate feedback, creative and innovative. Okay, I think this is very important. Creative and innovation is very important. Okay, high level of energy. You can see the way they talk. For example, Tony Fernandez, very energetic, full of energy. Okay, they're future oriented. They're skilled at organizing things. Okay, they value achievement more than money and high degree of commitment. These are the words that you tolerance to ambiguity. Okay, now what is ambiguity? There's something is ambiguous means not very clear. Not very clear. Sometimes we don't want to take a step because we are not sure whether we can be successful or not. But entrepreneurs are not like that. They can tolerate one. Doesn't matter whether risk or not, whether we can make it or not. But as long as they see an opportunity there, they go for it. Okay, and they're flexible. Remember, you said Arul, that you said right. They're flexible. They can change. And tenacity means they hold on, never give up. So these are some of the qualities of entrepreneurs that we come across. Okay. Now we're going to look at the entrepreneurial process. Okay, this is the process of how 4-step the entrepreneurial process. We're going to look at that, right? First is to identify and evaluate the opportunity. Now, what the entrepreneurs do is, first of all, you identify the opportunity. What is the opportunity? Okay, that means you assess the opportunity, you find out how long the opportunity is going to be there, is it real, and perceived value of the opportunity. Okay, now not all opportunities can give you money, Some of you no value at all. Risk and return of opportunity. Okay, whether is there a good ROI? Opportunity versus personal skills and goals. That means, for example, is your skill and goal, is it suitable with the opportunity or not? For example, very important, we need to look at the opportunity and see whether we can do that. If I want to open up a restaurant, but if I don't know how to cook, I cannot do that. So we have to see whether it matches our skill and our goals, right? And then you got to look at the competitive. You think you're going to open up a business. Is it very competitive? Other people doing that or not? You got to look at the competitive environment. It's important to have a certain amount of competition. Okay, there's no competition, also no good. There must be some competition, but there should not be too much of competition in the business. The second step is the developing the business plan. First of all, you look at, identify and evaluate the opportunity, and then you come up with the business plan. Okay, next is the business plan. Okay, now what is the business plan? Okay, a business plan is what? A business plan is a written document of how the business is going to be operated. For example, you have an idea in your mind, but you do not know whether this idea is going to be successful or not. What you do is you write a business plan, and the business plan will highlight all the steps of the business. Okay, these are all the components. We will cover this later on in another chapter, right? So it's very important to have a business plan before you start your business, right? The reasons are because sometimes the idea might look good to us in our what do you call this thing? When somebody talk about it, wow, sounds very exciting, but then when you sit down and do it, it doesn't make sense. Right? Like the other day, I was sitting down with one of my friends. So what he was telling is, he's telling, we have a huge, I think, opportunity. He wants to start off a school, online school, where you can teach children all online. He thought about it. Then I told him very simple. What you do is very simple. Just write a business plan and see whether is it viable or not. You see the word viable, viable, yeah? Viable, And then he came up with the idea, and then we wrote down the business plan, and then he found that it cannot work like that. So business plan helps us to analyze the particular business. Okay, that's one of the things, right? Then you got to look at what are the resources that you have. Okay, we talked about resources, right? Isn't it? What are the different resources? Resources can be what? Finances. It can be what? Manpower, right? Isn't it? It can be skills, So we're going to look at that later on in another chapter on resources. And finally is what? What's the last thing? What is the last thing? Is managing the enterprise. Now, this is the portion where many companies fail. Okay, according to statistics, 70% of the companies after 5 years are going to fail. This is how the statistic is. We talk about entrepreneurial business. Not all entrepreneurs are going to be successful. 70% of them are going to fail, right? 50% will fail in, I think, in the first year or second year. And after 5 years, 70% are the ones are going to fail. Only 30% of the companies will last, And out of the 30%, I don't know how many of them are going to survive until 10 years. Okay. So basically, if you really look and see, this is where the challenge is. Do you agree with me or not? Vince, do you agree with me? Managing it.
Yes. Agree.
Yes, sir, agree.
True. Right. Starting a business is easy. Getting resources sometimes is also possible. You can get money here and there. Running it, that is where the challenge is.
And also to maintain it.
Maintaining it, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So developing this management style, understanding the variables of success, identifying the problems, implementing and developing the growth. And sometimes many companies, what they do at the part of growing is where they die. When they're running the business is okay, but let's say you want to expand, that is where the challenge is. So we're going to look at some examples of companies that what has happened, right? Okay. Now, after the resources are acquired, entrepreneurs used to implement the plan. Okay, this is managing the enterprise. You implement the business plan. Operational problems happens, okay, and then the control. Remember, he's mentioned control system are not set in place, so that could be a challenge, right? Some entrepreneurs have difficulty in managing and growing the venture that they created. Now, how can this happen? You're an entrepreneur, you start the business, you got the funding, and you already have the business running it, but then, when business managing, you cannot manage it. How can this happen?
Whose interest?
Why does it happen? Or the question is, why does this happen?
Somehow the focus.
Okay, good. Focus.
Yeah.
They might not have a good people around in the company.
What do you mean by that? Good people around me?
I mean the staffs. Workers.
Okay.
Or could be a partner.
Now, an entrepreneur might not be a good one. Manager. Do you agree with me or not? Okay. Entrepreneurs are good in setting up the business. They got vision, they got idea, they got drive, they got push, but they are not a good manager sometimes. So they're not able to manage people. Okay. Now, one good example is Steve Jobs. Do you know that Steve Jobs started the business, right? Remember, we saw, when did he start? 1976, he started the company, right? Isn't it? He started TMQ, obviously, and then they opened up a company, And then they had a first batch of people they had was 10 people, like, right? Then in 1985, he was sacked from the company. Steve Jobs was sacked from the company. Why was that?
The way he managed.
Pardon?
The way he managed, the others didn't like.
Yeah. What happened was when you're thinking like an entrepreneur, the way you run it is different. Entrepreneurs are those who keep changing their mind. Today you want like this, tomorrow you want something different, something else different, is it? But when people are working, you cannot keep changing it so much, is it? So what they need to do is they need to hire good managers, right? Hire a good manager who can manage the business. So entrepreneur thinks about the vision, the planning, is it? But managing it, you need a professional manager to run the business. Okay, day-to-day running of the business, you hire them. So what companies do is they have CEOs, who run the particular organization. They manage every day-to-day kind of running. So this happened to Steve Jobs, when he was kicked out. Okay, but he came back again, in 1996. He came back again, back into the company. Like, because sometimes what happens is the entrepreneur and the company are so intricately joined together that the entrepreneur is no more there. The company cannot exist on its own. This is what happened to Apple. After Steve Jobs left, the company was floundering, almost went bankrupt. And then when he came back, he revived back the company again with new, innovative, creative ideas. Now, what will happen if Tony Fernandez leaves AeU? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think will happen?
Collapse.
Means, yeah?
It will collapse.
It might collapse. I don't know. Unless you have you have already groomed somebody else to take over the business, right?
Yeah.
So,
maybe they run out of ideas.
Run out of ideas.
Yeah.
Right? So I show you another video about how Tony Fernandez talks about his staff life, right? We'll cover that later on, right? Now, how does an entrepreneur stay motivated? Remember, the times are down. What do you do? Like Vince, what do you do when times are not down? Suddenly pandemic, you cannot do any business. How do you stay motivated?
I watch more motivational videos.
Okay.
Keep me motivated. Look for new ideas.
Look for new ideas. You don't think, you're down, but then you learn to wake up and go up, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the things this is called a model of entrepreneurial motivation. This is a research done by a group of people, especially Kurat Kola,
in the assignment, can we write about the AeU? Can
you write about what, Sylvie?
AeU.
You can. You can choose AeU as your example. It says that you can choose the company you're working for, or you can choose any company that you're familiar with. So maybe you choose AeU. But don't everybody choose AeU, then you become a kind of thing. So if you want, you can choose AeU if you want to, no problem. Write about the characteristic of this guy, how he started the company, what was the vision that he had, how he handled challenges and all that. You can write about that, no problem. Choose any entrepreneurs that you can have. Okay. Good. You can do that. All right. Now, what are the things that makes him be successful is this, for example, personal characteristics. Sometimes, your personal characteristic is what makes you to be a success. In the environment, personal environment, what's the kind of environment that you're in? If you are in an environment which is stimulating, motivating, and you've got few friends of yours who are doing business, that can actually give you a motivation. But nobody is doing business and everybody is negative, is going to be a bit of a challenge for you. And then the business environment. PG is what? Personal goals and goal setting and idea exists of a valuable. So these are the areas, PCPE is what makes you to decide to be an entrepreneur, that you become an entrepreneur. Now, Jeff Bezos, remember we talked about Jeff, this is how he looks like now. Sudha? Okay, now can you recognize him?
Yeah, much clearer.
Okay, so this is how he looks like now, totally bald. In 1994, Jeff Bezos was working in Wall Street. Okay, he was working in Wall Street. Wall Street, he was, as a banker, he was earning a huge amount of money. So one fine day, he told his boss, he told him, look here, I'm seeing the internet is growing very fast. That means year to year, there was a growth of 2,300% that is growing. So he had no idea, but he knows there's an opportunity in the internet. And he thought that if I don't get into the opportunity here, I'm going to be regretting it. So in 1994, what he did, he left that company, his job, and he started off with 30,000 that he borrowed from somebody and opened up a company and he called it Amazon, And what was he selling first? He's selling what? Books. Okay, he was selling books, right? And that characteristic is what made him to be a success. And today, that company is worth trillions, not billion, trillion, 1 something trillion US dollar, the worth of the company. Okay? And he's the richest man in the world because of what his characteristic, he's able to take a challenge, and come out of his job. Okay? And that is one of the things that made him a success. Okay? Now, another person is Elon Musk. Okay? Watch this video about Elon Musk.
It's important to remember that when you're creating a company, there are very dark times, and it's about getting through those dark times that best difference between success and failure. Really focus on making a product that your customers love. And it's so rare that you can buy a product and you love the product when you bought it. There are very few things that fit into that category. And if you can come up with something like that, your business will be successful for sure.
The thing about being an entrepreneur is it's just all to you. A lot of people like to make excuses. I don't have connections. I don't have money. I don't have this. But if you find something that you like to do or love to do, be great at it and see if you can turn it into a business. In worst case, you're going to have fun doing what it is you love to do. In best case, you can turn it into a business. I'm just not big on excuses. I just think if you really, everybody has an opportunity to go for it. They just got to do it. Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Jack Welch, Larry Page, Mark Zuckerberg, I know all of them. I would like to share with you that those people, the difference between those people and other people, they are always optimistic for the future. They never complain. They always try to solve the problems of the others. Where is the opportunity? The opportunity always lies in the place where people complain. Some people sit there complain, you think, if I can solve that complaint, that's the opportunity. He sat me down, he said, look, I've got this idea where I think we can listen to Indiana basketball sporting events, anywhere in the world by using the internet.
Starting a business without any financial backing, it's easy to slip the wrong side. And in fact, most entrepreneurs do slip the wrong side. And the important thing is then just pick yourself up and start again. And if it doesn't work at that time, keep going until you do succeed, and not to give up. There's a very thin dividing line between success and failure when you start a business from scratch. You don't have enough money to pay the bills, you go the wrong side of that dividing line, and if you can somehow get enough money to pay the bills, you stay the right side of that dividing line.
You've got a phenomenal opportunity. And every single one of you can have a life, have a great life, and have money, and have a privileged future. The only person stopping you is you. Your own luck in life every time, and every entrepreneur makes their own luck.
Okay, so basically, this is what they go through. These are the challenges that they go through, right? The entrepreneur. What is the important thing is their motivation. What's the kind of motivation they have? How do they pep themselves up and they're able to go through? Look at, we saw the video of all the entrepreneurs, what they're talking about, the challenges they have, tough times. Like Elon Musk, if you read about his story here, so many times the company went bankrupt, almost went bankrupt, no money, and he had to, no money to eat, no money to see. He had to go to, he has a good friend of this guy, Steve Jobs, He go to Steve Jobs and stay with him for a while because he got no money, they totally bankrupt. And then suddenly, boom, it happens like that. They are able to take risks. right? So these are the what do you call it thing. Okay, let's review this topic. Okay, now we looked at the definition of entrepreneur and then the importance. We looked at 4 different types of entrepreneurs. Remember, we looked at the different types of entrepreneur, 4 aspects of entrepreneurship. Okay, and we also looked at the major characteristic personalities of successful entrepreneurs. And we looked at the 4 steps of the entrepreneurial process, and we looked at the model of the entrepreneurial motivation. Okay, what is the motivation? How do they get motivation from? We looked at that one. Okay, so the next chapter we're going to look at how an enterprise can be competitive. So can we take a 5-minute break and then we'll join back again? A little bit about companies. All right. Okay. How can an enterprise can be competitive? How they can, what do you call, have we are looking at the strategies of companies. Okay, here. Okay, now at the end of this chapter or this topic, you'll be able to do what is competitive advantage. I'm sure you'll come across the word competitive advantage, right? How many of you have done strategic management before? Strategic management. Can I see anyone with strategic management you have done? Sudha, you've done strategic management already.
But it's more on supply chain, Mr. Franklin.
On what?
More on supply chain, purchasing.
Oh, supply chain. So, I mean, in here, MBA, you have not done strategic management, not yet. Money, you have done strategic, right?
No.
I'm done.
You've done. Okay, so when you go, how about Selvi? Strategic management is that?
Not sure. Next time.
Oh, next time.
Next time.
Strategic management is another subject that I teach live, right? So when you study about strategic management, you will learn the word competitive advantage. What is competitive advantage? Okay. And then we're going to look at another word called core competency. Right? You will cover this later on more in strategic management line. But here you will look at this. Explain how to identify and build the core competence. Okay. And then discuss strategic orientation. Now you're looking at it, this topic is basically from the entrepreneurial part. As an entrepreneur, if you want to start a company, how do you make your company, competitively advantaged, and what's the strategic, what kind of orientation you should have, okay? And then we will look at different types of strategy or business level strategy, and then we will look at the importance of management team. What are the importance of management team? Okay, now we're going to look at the word competitive. Now, what do you understand from the word competitive advantage? When I say the word competitive advantage, what comes into your mind? Deva, where's a competitive advantage? What comes into your mind?
We take advantage from our competitor.
Yes, Faisal?
We take the advantage from our competitor.
Okay, good. Advantage over the competitor. What do you mean by that?
So, means we can do what our competitor do, or better what the competitor
better than a competitor, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, competitive advantage is what are the factors that gives you an advantage over your competitor, okay? That's called a competitive advantage. If your business has got, something that's different from your competitor, that is your competitive advantage. So if a company is to be successful, in this competitive environment, you need to have a competitive advantage. I think that's very important, right? Okay, now, competitive advantage is anything that a firm does especially well compared to rival firm. And firms should seek sustained competitive advantage. That means sustain. That means, for example, a competitive advantage can carry for a longer period of time by continually adapting changes in external trend and internal capabilities and evaluating the strategy. Okay? Now, strategy is basically what? Is actually having an idea or plan of how to be successful than other companies. Okay? That is called basically a strategy. Now, entrepreneurs have to use their resources and capabilities to create reputation of competitive advantage. For example, okay, now, what is so special about Apple, compared to other phones? What is the competitive advantage of iPhone? Why is it when people talk about iPhone now, it's like, wow, special. What is the competitive advantage of Apple or iPhone?
Security.
Pardon? Yes, Dennis?
Security.
Okay, security. Then someone, what else?
Control of the software.
Sylvie, yeah?
It's control of the software and hardware.
Okay, that means it runs very well, you know. There's no, it doesn't hang and all that, okay, good. Money?
When it was first introduced, it was only phone that doesn't have the keypad.
Okay, okay. So that was the first time when they introduced the iPhone. It was the first phone that don't have the keypad.
Yes.
Innovation, very innovative kind of what do you call this thing, right? Okay. So that's the competitive advantage of Apple is what? Is basically a company that's a very innovative company, right? Now, anything that Apple is doing, it becomes a kind of a something of. So what companies need to do, they look at the resources that they have. Okay, we're going to cover resources later on. Resources could be what you call the people, the skill, you know, or it could be the intellectual property, plus the capabilities will build a reputation. Now, Apple has got a reputation. When Apple does something, it gives them a competitive advantage. Okay, this is how you develop, entrepreneurs develop a competitive advantage. Now, what is Apple developing now in the future? Anybody? What is Apple going to develop now in the future? We know that Apple is doing computers, you know, but now computers are down already, so it's not selling so much computer and iPhones, you know. What's the next area or industry is going in?
Car.
Yes, buddy?
Car, I think car. Automobile.
Apple car. Very soon we are going to have an Apple car. All right, that means a car, you know, something like Tesla kind of car, you know, but is developed by Apple and run by Apple itself, you know, right? Okay. Now, will that give you a kind of what will it give it an advantage to the company, Apple car? If let's say Apple comes up with a car, do you think it's a competitive advantage over other companies? Now, what is the difference between a normal car and Tesla or all this car? You heard about, you all know about Tesla, right, isn't it? Elon Musk, Tesla, the electric car that you've developed. Now, what's the difference between that car and a normal car?
The technology they use.
Okay, good. What technology means? What are you talking about? What technology?
Okay, Tesla is more on AI.
Okay.
Then it's run by its own without driver.
Okay, it is driverless. Okay,
yeah, driverless.
They call it autonomous lah. Okay, it's autonomous.
Yes.
Can be autonomous lah. Yeah. Then some more.
Custom made.
Is what?
Custom made car.
Custom made means individually made. You know, it's not custom made. I mean, they'll make a car for you. You know, your own design, own size. Like that.
Something like that. When you order online, you can add some preferences.
You can make some changes. Yeah, you can customize. Some areas can be customized. You're right. Okay, then.
Can we categorize in the smart car?
Okay, now the difference between the normal car and Tesla is one thing. Tesla is not a car company, you know, as compared to Toyota. Let's take a look at Toyota. Toyota is a car company, the automobile company. What they do, they manufacture automobile. But Tesla is not an automobile company. It is an IT company. Okay, what they're doing is an IT company that is making a car. It's totally different, you know, which means the whole entire concept is totally different. You know, there are only 20 movable parts in the car. 20 things that movable parts in the Tesla car. But in a normal car, I think there are about 2,000 parts that movable parts are there. You see the difference between a Tesla car and this one. And a Tesla car is something is totally controlled by internet. For example, let's say for example, you got a problem with the car. You know, you don't need to take the car and go to the workshop. You know, you call the company and they will download. You just hook it up the internet. They will automatically download the entire new software into the car, and everything is all looking okay. The next day morning, it's all different. Okay? Suddenly, the dashboard will look different, completely because they upgrade the thing like that. So it's actually a software, you know, not a car, but it's a software. Okay? So that's how that's how innovative the whole entire this thing is, like, you know, right? So now cars are no more like cars. You know, they are more like a computer program. The whole entire thing is controlled by a computer program. When you press the brake, it's all a computer program that moves what do you call all the what do you call all the arms and all that. So it's the whole thing is all designed by a computer. Now, if Apple comes up with this, you know, it'll give you a competitive advantage over the others. So basically, important competitive advantage is resources, capabilities will give you a reputation, they'll give you a competitive advantage, right? Now, but most of the time, when a company has got a competitive advantage, it cannot be sustained. I mean, cannot be for a long time. After some time, it's going to be, they're going to lose the competitive advantage. The reason is because factors in the global economy, it keeps changing. And then the internet capabilities. Internet have actually changed the playing field. Today, you know, if a company says, oh, I have an advantage over somebody else, after a while, you finally find that the advantage is totally gone already because the internet has actually taken over the whole entire, what do you call this thing? For example, if you talk about supplying of goods, like, if you think that you are the only one who is supplying in Malaysia this particular kind of good, suddenly because internet, somebody can buy directly from China already. So you lose the competitive advantage that you have. Do you agree with me, Mani? You all are doing supplying to US, right, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So because of the internet, a lot of people can buy from anywhere. You know, you're not the only one who's doing it in Malaysia. Now you lose the competitive advantage because of the internet. So these are the things that actually we could lose, like. Now, what's the competitive advantage of AeAsia? What's the advantage of AeAsia? Competitive. I mean, they can compete with somebody else. What is the competitive advantage?
They have a low fare.
Price.
A low price, right? Isn't it? How about Dell? What's the competitive advantage of Dell?
Service.
Okay, service. Then some more.
You can order from online.
Yes.
And custom.
You can customize it. You know how you want. Yeah, the kind of thing they can do that. And then they deliver it to you.
Yes.
Okay, by courier. I think they courier the entire laptop to you, and it's cheaper. Why? Because it's cheaper. Because they remove the middleman. Okay, when they remove the middleman, you know, and then there's no inventory. They don't keep a lot of inventory, and because of that, what happens is that they're able to have cost saving, and that cost saving is something that they can pass it over to the consumer. That's a Dell model, and that's the reason why they have competitive advantage over everybody else. You know, in the way they market the particular product. How about Starbucks? What's their competitive advantage? Why is Starbucks better than other coffee companies? What's the competitive advantage of Starbucks? Who likes Starbucks? I think Iza, who's it? Iza likes Starbucks, you think?
I like to drink Starbucks, sir.
Yeah. What's the competitive advantage of Starbucks? Why is Starbucks different from others?
I think the marketing itself.
Okay, marketing then.
And then the sales after service for Starbucks.
Okay. Now, when you enter into a Starbucks, how is it different from enter into coffee? What's the other coffee chain?
Coffee Bean.
Not Coffee Bean.
Coffee Bean.
Yang apa tu? My coffee. What town? Old Town. Let's say you enter Old Town and you enter into Starbucks. What is the difference you feel?
The environment.
Environment branding, sir.
Yes, branding. Yeah. Okay. The brand is created because of the kind of competitive advantage. The
Yes.
competitive advantage gives the brand a value. Right?
Yes, they carry the huge branding for itself.
What is unique about Starbucks is a service. Okay, you enter inside the thing. You know, they speak English. They can understand what you're talking. Is it? But you go to what they call Old Town. You talk to him in English. People don't understand the stuff. You talk in Malay, also people won't understand. You know, don't know what language. They're all from foreigners sometimes, right? So, but in Starbucks, you know, they're excellent on service. So the competitive advantage is basically is a service. The coffee is not that great, but you know, it's a service that they provide. You know, okay, that's the basic kind of advantage they have, right? How about IKEA? What's the advantage of competitive advantage of IKEA?
Convenience.
Yeah, there is.
Convenience.
Okay, convenient. Is convenience the only thing? What is convenient about IKEA?
Anything you can find there.
Yeah, Nadri?
Yeah, anything you can find there.
Anything you can find there. Okay,
Anything.
right.
And you can buy online.
It's called a big box store. Big box means when one everything you have lah. You talk about their focus on what you call furniture. So everything is there in one particular thing. Okay? And another thing is why people cannot copy their model. Difficult to copy. It's not cannot copy. Difficult to copy because of the way they design. So money is in the furniture business. What is different about IKEA money? Why is it they're able to give cheaper?
Because of the volume.
Okay. Volume, yes, that's one. Volume. Money?
They get a very low price. This resource the furniture in a lower factory, so they can give a lower price.
Okay.
And they have a very wide of resources in everywhere in the country. So they get a more cheaper, and it give you more what is it? More variety of products they can find in one place. Not only a certain product, they can find a lot of products in one roof.
Okay, they have a huge range of products. Okay,
yes.
And the reason why they're able to give cheaper is because of one thing called flat packing. Their prices are low because number one, they don't assemble it. What they do is they ask you to, it's a DIY kind of concept where you assemble the whole entire thing on your own. So they can reduce cost there because there's no labor, no labor to set up the whole entire thing. The only IKEA only does what? Design. IKEA company only does design. They don't have a factory manufacturing their products. Everything they get from where? Suppliers. All from supplier. And some of the suppliers have been supplying to them for many, many years already. And the key thing is they do a flat packing. Flat packing means they're able to pack a big cupboard into what they call the design in such a way they can deassemble the whole thing and you can pack it. And then when you send by ships and all that, your cost is very much cheaper. And that's one of the reasons why they can give cheaper than anybody else. So that is IKEA's what they call competitive advantage. Okay. Now, what is the competitive advantage that your company has? What's the competitive advantage of your company? Okay, maybe I'll ask you to share. Deva, what is the competitive advantage of Reka Group?
We are one of the largest lighting showroom in Seremban.
Okay, very good. So that's your competitive advantage. Okay, you're the largest lighting showroom in Seremban. Okay, so that's good. Where's your lighting showroom?
Seremban 2.
In Seremban 2. Okay, all right, good. So then, Nazri, your company, what is the competitive advantage of your company?
The only one oil and gas training provide training center provide free education for Sabahan people.
Oh, okay. So that's good. All right. So oil and gas trading provider. Anybody else? One more person. What is the competitive advantage of your company? Anybody can share competitive advantage of your company? Vince, what's the competitive advantage that you have?
So I think our company is most of largest logistic company in Malaysia, I think.
You're talking about your Pengarang one, is it?
Yeah, that one.
So what's the competitive advantage? You said is the largest logistic
company.
Logistic company, lah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the logistic company. So that's the competitive advantage slide, all right? How about Vince? What's the competitive advantage of your company? Why should people choose you?
My one is like a one-stop solution from planning up to execution.
Okay.
I mean, everything we can provide. So you no need to go and hire like for sound system, different person, lighting, different person. No need. Everything you can get under one roof.
One roof. So that's your competitive advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, very good. So now you understand the concept of competitive advantage, right? Okay. Now, can this competitive advantage be sustained or not? Meaning, can you going to last for long or not? After some time, is somebody else going to be able to give the same thing? If two people are providing the same thing, let's say you're talking about one-stop center. Company B also got all one-stop center, Then is your competitive advantage, is it sustained or not? No, right, isn't it? For example, AeAsia. Okay, now AeAsia, you mentioned that it's the cheapest flight, right, isn't it? Now, question, does AirAsia offer cheapest flight ticket? Is it the cheapest in the market?
No.
No. Right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is cheaper?
I guess Mars is cheaper.
Yeah,
Malindo, yeah,
you're right.
Malindo.
Sometimes Mars can be cheaper. Malindo also sometimes is cheaper. Okay. I traveled to Indonesia quite often last time, and the cheapest airline is KLM. KLM, to Jakarta, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very cheap, compared to Asia, it's half the price. For me, to travel to and fro to Jakarta is about 350 ringgit, is it? 350 only, but Asia is about 700 ringgit. So, well, look at it. So, they mean it is not sustained. So, what does Asia do? How do they sustain your competitive advantage? What do they do? What does it do? It doesn't have any more the cheapest, but yet, they still are the best. Why? What is the competitive advantage now?
They have their own hotels.
Yes. See, what they have done is they have actually linked them up, not only with but they have come into what other areas of the industry.
Yes.
So that means that they're totally locked together. If you go by AirAsia, you can get cheaper hotel. But if I buy Malindo, maybe I might not get it. So they have got this kind of things that are added into their thing. So another thing is AirAsia, what they have is they have the most number of flights, most number of flights they have, because, okay, for example, I was traveling down from Jakarta, one day, and I was sitting beside me was one guy from Singapore. He's got his own companies. He's a multi-millionaire, So he's sitting down talking to me. So I asked him, why are you traveling by AirAsia? I mean, you can travel by any airline you want to. Why you want to go on this one? You can go by first class, He said very simple. He said, I have a meeting at different time, I can jump into one flight, I can reach there, and then I can take another connecting flight and go off back to Singapore in the same day itself. If I take MAS, I can't do that. I will go one flight only the whole day. So AirAsia gives me the convenience. So this is their competitive advantage. Okay, so competitive advantages sometimes somebody else can be cheaper than you, but you can have a sustained competitive advantage. That's very important. So entrepreneurs need to understand that you are now giving cheaper, you're giving better, but then tomorrow somebody else also might have a one-stop package also, and then you lose your competitive advantage. So that's the thing. So how do you sustain it? We need to look at how can you sustain it, your competitive advantage, right? Now, your competitive advantage depends on three things. The rate of your competitive obsolescence. I mean, how fast your company disappears. For example, somebody else also got a one-stop center, then you're gone already. Next, are there substitutes for your product? Can I go, instead of traveling by flight, can I go by car? And then you got no competitive advantage at all. Third is, how fast can people can copy your competitive advantage? How long it takes for you to copy? So that's the thing. So your competitive advantage depends on these key factors. Right? Now, next word we're going to look at is core competency. Core competency is the knowledge, ability, expertise in a specific area. I mean, what is your strength? What is your area of strength? So, for example, what are you good at? For example, if I ask, let's say, for example, I ask Selvi, on semiconductor, what is your core competency? What is your core competency of your company?
On the quality?
No, your competitive advantage can be quality, but what is your core competence? What are you all good at? What are you good at? Answer the question, what are you all good at?
Fast delivery?
No. What are you all good at? What industry are you in? What are you good at? Doing what?
Wafer fab.
Pardon?
Wafer fab.
Wafers, yes. Your core competency is basically making chips, wafers. Yes. That is your core competency. That you're the best in that line, right? Okay. And you can, that's your core competency. AirAsia core competency is airline, so that's your thing. But to have a competitive advantage is a different thing. Okay. So core competency, what are you good at? For example, Felda. What is Felda good at? What is Felda good at?
Palm oil.
Palm oil. Okay, they're experts in palm oil. What is Petronas good at?
Oil and gas.
Oil and gas. Okay, that's what exploration, oil and gas, That's where their competitive advantage is like, right? Okay. So, sorry, your core competency. So core competency is one word you need to understand. Competitive advantage also you need to understand. So take note of these words, you know. And especially when you all are talking to people, especially as master students, you need to use words like this when you talk, okay? You must talk to somebody, say, your company, our core competence is, you know, you must use words like that when you're in the meeting. You know. It's very important to learn words, you know, and use words like core competency, all right? Now, how do you know and how do you identify your core competency? Okay, there are a few key areas like, okay? Now, there are two tools that you can use to build your competency, core competency line. First is called the criteria, and second is called the value chain analysis. Okay. Now, first of all, you need to find out what is your valuable capabilities, what is your rare capability, costly to imitate, and non-substitutable capabilities. We'll look at it later on today. And then next, you need to look at your value chain analysis. Okay. A value chain is what is a kind of value. A value chain is a set of activities that an organization carries out to create value to its customers. I mean, what kind of a value are you providing? I mean, what are the activities that you're doing which provide value to your customer? For example, if you take any industry like any factory, let's say, for example, there are, for example, you take money, your company dealing with furniture, right? Isn't it? Okay, so let's say, for example, any industry will have these activities. First, called the primary activities. You know, primary activities, inbound logistics. For example, what comes into your company? What comes into the company?
Raw materials.
Raw materials, yes. Raw materials come into your company, right? So, for example, quality control, receiving a raw material, and supply schedule. If you can shorten that, you know, or make it better, how efficient you can make that, that add value to your, what do you call it, the customer. Second is operation, right? That means the raw materials come in, then you manufacture it, packaging, control, quality control, all that comes into under operation, right? After the operation is what? You outbound logistics, you send it out, you know, finished goods done ready, you send it out, you dispatch it, or you send it by, what do you call, by shipment, is it? Okay, you send it out. Then is what? Sales and marketing, okay, customer support, you know, right? And finally is servicing, warranty and all that. These are the primary activities that a company has. In order to support these primary activities, there are some, what you call, secondary activities that are given. What are the activities that support it? What do you think are activities that support these things? This is what gives money to the company, right? Is it? Inbound logistic, operation, outbound, sales, and then servicing. Now, what are the activities that support this? What do you think support this?
Financially.
Good, finance. And then some more, what else? You have purchasing department, right? Isn't it? Purchasing.
Purchasing and logistics.
Then what else?
Logistic departments.
Yeah, logistic departments. Okay. Now, what we have here is called the support activities. Okay, which are procurement, product development, R&D, HR, where you do recruitment and things like that. And then what? Accounting and financial and all that is called support. These are the support activities. Okay. So these support activities, the purpose is to support the primary activities of an organization. Okay. That adds what? Value to the company. Add value. It means, for example, what it says is, if this is shortened, then what happens? Your profit margin becomes larger. Okay. If, for example, the time for your operation is reduced, and your inbound logistic, the time is reduced, and your sales is what you call outbound logistic is reduced, the time for you to ship out the products is reduced, then you add value. Your profit margin becomes more. So that's called, this is called a value chain analysis. You got from Porter's, what do you call? Remember Porter's 5? Do you remember Michael Porter? How many of you know what is Michael? Who is Michael Porter? Have you heard of Michael Porter? Okay. Michael Porter is a Harvard professor. He came up with a few theories that you will study. One of the most famous one is called the 5 forces. Okay, Porter's 5 forces. You study this later on in strategic management. He also came up with a value chain analysis. So this helps companies to understand their operation and help them to come up with value so they can find out where they can be competitive. So you look at all these areas, you know, maybe your operations, you can be faster than other people. Okay, and your servicing can be more efficient. So these are the areas where you can come up with a competitive, what you call advantage. Right? Maybe in a servicing, you're excellent in servicing. Some companies, their service is fantastic, the way they do. So that is your competitive advantage. Okay. In some companies, the operation, the way they process the thing is very good. So that's your what you call competitive advantage. So this is how we come up with a competitive advantage of companies. Okay. Now, looking at core competency, let's watch this video. All these videos are already there in your slides I've given you. Okay, so you can go back and watch it. So I'm just showing you some of them. Not all the videos I've been showing you, like now. A story of Burberry. Have you heard of Burberry? You know what is Burberry, right?
Yes.
Burberry is a fashion brand, And what happened was the sales of the company was dropping, right? And what the company did was they hired a new CEO. And this new CEO looked at what are the core competencies of the company, and they try to build that, core competency back again, right? What is really to understand what is core competency, how companies can help to build up the core competency.
Associate Professor in the Department of Strategy and Policy at MEI Business School. In this video, we're going to look at how focusing on core competency helps leverage.
Mr. Franklin, I'm having difficulty listening to the audio.
You can hear, is it?
Yeah, too soft.
Is it very soft, the audio?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Doesn't matter. What you do, the audio is there in your slides. Like, go back and listen to this. Go back and watch this video on Burberry. Is it? What is how they, how she turned around the company. Looking at the core competency, what she did. Is it? So today, maybe after that, you can go back and watch this video. How she, looking at the core competency. The core competency is the DNA of the actual company. I mean, what makes the company tick? What makes it, efficient, right? So as an entrepreneur, we need to find the core competency of the particular organization, right? And they look at the core competency and they went back into the thing and then they turned the company around, right? So watch this video, it'll be more clearer for you, right? Now, next question. An entrepreneur managed firm and a traditionally managed firm are they the same? For example, an entrepreneur running a company that is started by an entrepreneur, as opposed to a company that is started running in the normal way. For example, you take Grab or you take Maybank. Okay, Maybank is a traditionally run company. A Grab is an entrepreneur managed company. Right? Now, is it the same way? Do they run in the same way?
No.
Okay, why?
I think.
Why you think? What is different? What is different from that? How do you think? How do you think it's going to be different?
The difference is between Grab and Maybank, the way that they react into the market.
Okay,
example, Grab is based on the consumer or the customer feedback itself. Then after that, they quickly change the apps and then update immediately. But for the Maybank, is different. So they need to go through lots of approval process, maybe, and then they need to validate into the market. Is it a proper way to do or not?
Okay, very good. Okay, so she's got an understanding of that. Now, basically, what you say is true. The way it is run, is different in few areas. Okay. Now, a professor at Harvard University, Howard Stevenson, he said that the way a firm is managed, an entrepreneur is different from in several areas, in 8 key areas. Right? Okay. This is basically a research that he did over many years. Right? He said these are the 8 dimensions. They are different in strategic orientation. I mean, how are they strategically oriented is different. Commitment to opportunity is different. Commitment of resources also different. How are they committing the resources? I mean, money, the staff and all that. How are they committing it? Okay. And then the reward, how they reward you. Management structure. Okay. I mean, for example, in companies like Maybank and traditional management, you have a hierarchical structure. Hierarchy means so many levels you have. Right? But in these companies, what's the kind of structure you have? You expect entrepreneur managed companies. What's the kind of structure you have? What do you call the kind of structure like that? Few levels. Hello? What kind of structure do you think you'll have in an entrepreneur managed company, Deva? Sudha?
I think it'll be a very flat structure.
Yeah,
Less
very
layers.
flat structure. That means, for example, 2 or 3 levels only. Okay? In Asia, the way he runs the company is such a way there are very few levels. What Tony Fernandez says is everybody has his handphone number. Even the guy who's carrying the bag in the, what do you call it, throw into the, what do you call thing, everybody has his phone number. Okay? Which means if any problem, they can straight away call Tony Fernandez and say, hey, Tony, the thing not working or what, the machine not working. They can call like that. Which means what? Very fast. The turnaround time is going to be very, very fast. Okay? So that's how the management structure is, right? And how you control the resources and the growth, how it's growing, right? And entrepreneurial culture is also totally different, right? Now, for example, like most of it, companies are what you call concerned about what? Opportunities. Okay, commitment to the opportunity. Say, for example, entrepreneurial companies they focus on opportunity. If there's an opportunity in the market, they want to grab. So whatever resources they have, straight away they put into that. For example, the food grab. They started off with what? Taxi service, or they started off with what you call ride hailing. Then they thought, hey, there's a good opportunity in food. Okay, straight away they go into the food industry. Like what Isa shared just now. Yeah, they listen to customers. They not only listen to customer, but they also see the opportunity in the market. Whenever there's an opportunity, immediately they're able to capitalize on that. They're able to take the resources that they have, the commitment to the resources, they pump into that. Now, do you know what they're going into now? What do you think is the future of Grab? How are they going in? What are they going to do? Any idea? We know now they are, into Grab food. They're also into e-wallet kind of thing, right? Isn't it? Okay. What are they going into now? What is the next growth or opportunity they're looking at? What do you think they're trying to do?
They emphasize their stuff. Example, groceries.
Someone, what else? They are actually now going into a super app. They're developing the Grab app into a super app. Super app means an app they can do everything, all in one, like that. See, like for example, in Indonesia, you have the Gojek, right? You have the Gojek. If you go to the Gojek app, you can do anything that you want with that. You want somebody to come and wash your car, you just press somebody will come and wash your car. Okay. You want somebody to come and do your hair. You're lazy to go out and do you press that, okay, there's somebody there can come and do your hair for you. Okay? You want a leg massage, somebody will come and do it for you like that. Okay? You want somebody to wash your clothes for you, you press, people will come and do that for you. And that is called a super app. I mean, everything all in one app itself, they're able to do that. Okay? And that is what they do, because that's where the opportunity is. And they are also now one of the largest, e-banking services that they have. Grab has got e-banking services, which means they are actually lending out money to their people. Do you know that? When you put your money in Grab app, you have some credit inside there, right? I'm sure some of you have got some credit inside there. You buy things like. What are they doing with the money? They take the money and they lend the money out to their drivers, and they get interest from that. So they are actually behaving like a bank, Very soon, they're all going to be bigger than banks already, very soon. So this is where the opportunity is, Now, this is how entrepreneurs think. Okay, they think in a different way. They think what opportunity is going to come and I can move into that opportunity quickly. So this is what actually happened with what do you call Alibaba. Do you know what happened to Alibaba? Remember we were talking, this guy got missing, right? Isn't it? What happened was he wanted to IPO the company called Ant Financial. Okay, he developed Ant Financial is the company that owns what wallet is that? What is the Alibaba's wallet?
Alipay.
Alipay. So the company that owns Alipay is actually Ant Financial, and they're going to have the biggest IPO ever. And a lot of banks got shaken up because of this. Because very soon, what happens is they're all going to be like banks. They have more money than the bank has. So they were very worried about the whole. People putting money into the app directly. Without the bank, they can just straight away go bypass the bank and you put the money inside the app. So Alipay were lending money to people. So they were like a bank, But this is one of the challenges that they had. And that's why government was like very strict on them, you know. And so this is what opportunity. So people like this, they look at opportunity and go on. Now, strategy. Now, when you look at strategy, there are 3 different strategies that a company has, have to follow. One is called the corporate strategy. Okay, corporate strategy is at the top level where the CEO of the company has a strategy for the entire company. Okay? Second is a business strategy. Now, under one company, you can have different businesses. For example, Felda. Felda has got, you know, oil palm plantation. It has also got transportation also. Like Petronas, you are working for the Petronas. What plant is that? Is it the logistic company? Is it the logistic company? Pengerang one. Pengerang, is it under Petronas? But Faisal, is it?
Yeah, correct, sir.
Under Petronas, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so they are in exploration is one. Logistics is one. So they got different companies under it, right? So each company that is under Petronas has to have a different strategy for the business. I mean, corporate strategy is one. At the CEO level, they look at the corporate, how the company is going to move. Second is the business strategy. You know, each business has got its own strategy. And the third is functional. What is functional? What do you mean by functional? What are the functional parts of a company? When I say the word functional, I'm a functional. Who are the functional managers? In any company, you have different functions, right? What are the different functions of the company? Marketing,
HR, purchasing, operations.
All these are different functions. Right? So each function, you know, has what you call a strategy of its own life. Right? Okay. Now, if you really look at a company, in fact, all companies have the same basic chassis. You know, when you build a car, you know, you have the chassis, right? Chassis of the car. Right? So from the same chassis, you can actually build, you know, a different type of car. For example, you take the MEI730, yeah? The MEI730 car, you know, they use the same chassis. You have MEI730. You also have the other one. What's that? The other car is what? Yang besar sikit punya daripada MEI730. What is that?
Beza.
Not Beza. The other car. Macam MPV like that. Like an MPV. Alza, yes. Okay. Alza and MEI730 is Alza is bigger than MEI730, but the board or the chassis is the same. Okay. In the same way, every business has got, you know, a chassis, which is the same thing. 3 different parts of the business. What are the 3 main parts of the business? I think 3 main parts of the business. Hello. What are the 3 main parts of business? Nazri, you talk about business. What are the 3 main parts of the business? Main functions or main bahagian line
for the business, or you're talking about the
any business lah? What are the different? You can break a business into three parts lah. 3 different functions.
Marketing.
Yeah, very good. Marketing. Then
Finance.
Sell after service.
Marketing, finance, and operations. Okay.
Yeah.
Right? 3 main areas of business. If a business is going a problem in a business, it must be either one of these 3. For example, you take MAS. MAS is not making money like that. So where you think the problem is? Marketing, finance, operation. Where you think is the problem?
Operation.
Why that?
I think the operation.
Operation. Any other answer?
Marketing.
Management.
Yes, Vince?
Marketing.
Okay, Izzati, Vince say, Izzati, you said what? Apa you cakap tadi?
Sales and marketing.
Marketing line, right? Now, if you really look at the MAS, all the time is full, you know. The flights are all full. Okay, so they don't have any problem on marketing the particular tickets, right? Okay? Finance, do they have a problem with finance? Who owns MAS? A majority shareholder. Khazanah.
Yeah.
The government. So they have a lot of money. So where is the problem? The problem is
operation.
Okay. So operation is where the money is getting lost. You know, they're not doing the thing properly. You know, so companies is very easy. As an entrepreneur, you need to look at these only 3 areas only. Either one of them bocho. mesti ada bocor punya. Jadi kalau there's one lah, something like a car lah. Something is this part will bocor lah. So your bocor is there. That's where you look at. So this is how, as entrepreneurs, we understand a business in a better way. Okay. There are 3 different strategies we go through like that. Now, in order for a company to have a competitive advantage, company needs to have you have to understand that there are 3 or 5 different ways in which a company can you can run a company like that. Either you can be a cost leader, or you can be different from others, or you can be on a focus strategy. So these are the 3 different strategies that you can follow. 3 strategies. You're a cost leader, or you're different, or you're focused on one particular kind of a thing. Okay? Now, watch this video. Is this loud enough?
Lecture provides a brief introduction to
Is it loud enough?
strategy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Before I introduce the 4 generic strategies, however, I want to make sure we are clear on what a competitive advantage is and the key levers a company can pull to achieve an advantage. For the purposes of this lecture, a competitive advantage is when a company achieves higher profits than the average competitor in the product market. Consider 2 companies that have similar revenues and similar costs, and therefore similar profits. Well, the focal firm can achieve a competitive advantage in one of 2 ways. First, this company can somehow drop costs while keeping revenues constant. In this case, the focal firm now achieves a competitive advantage due to lower costs. Second, the focal firm can increase revenues while holding costs constant. In this case, the focal firm now achieves a competitive advantage due to higher revenues. Of course, a company could realize an even greater advantage if it could somehow do both, but that is very difficult to do in practice. Now, this brief overview may seem obvious, but it is important to lay the groundwork for the following discussion. Michael Porter suggested that generic strategies can be defined by 2 key dimensions: the scope of the strategy and the source of the competitive advantage.
Michael Porter.
For scope, the company could target a broad market or a narrow focused market. For the source of competitive advantage, the company could either be the low-cost leader or a differentiator. The result is these 4 quadrants that represent the 4 generic strategies: overall cost leadership, differentiation, cost focus, and differentiation focus. Cost leadership is really about being the low-cost provider for a broad customer base. Examples of companies that do this include Dell Computer, Amazon.com, and Walmart. These companies all offer products that are pretty similar to other products in the marketplace, but they have lower costs. These low costs allow them to consistently capture higher profits than their competitors. Differentiation is really about doing something different that makes your broad market customers willing to pay more for your products and services. Examples of companies that do this include Harley-Davidson and Apple. These companies offer products that customers really want, and so customers are willing to pay high prices for them. These higher prices allow these companies to consistently capture higher profits than their competitors. Cost focus is basically a cost leadership strategy in a narrow or focused market. Aldi is a great example of a focused cost leader. Aldi targets a very narrow and extremely price-sensitive customer, but only carries the products they can offer at a huge discount. They strategically locate close to traditional supermarkets so that these penny-pinching extreme customers can still go somewhere close by to get the other things they need that Aldi doesn't carry. Differentiation focus is basically a differentiation strategy in a narrow or focused market. Ducati motorcycles is a great example. They target a narrow slice of performance-focused motorcycle enthusiasts. Ferrari is another example. They target performance-focused drivers who have millions to play with. So generally, you can select any one of these 4 generic strategies in your efforts to achieve a competitive advantage. It is very difficult, however, to try to do more than one. Companies that try to do more than one frequently get stuck in the middle. You see, when you cut costs aggressively, then you also tend to cut product features and services. Thus, it is very hard to clearly differentiate your product when you are aggressively pursuing a low-cost strategy. At the same time, you often have to spend money to make your product somehow better than the other products out there. Doing so is clearly inconsistent with a cost leadership strategy. The main activities you engage in to become a cost leader are simply inconsistent in most cases with the main activities you engage in to be a differentiator. Getting stuck in the middle is a pretty unhappy place to be. Your products aren't different enough for customers to be willing to pay more, but they also aren't cheap enough for customers to choose you for your bargain pricing. You are left without any clear, unique value for the customers you're trying to woo. So while some companies have, in fact, found ways to do both, it is usually wise to choose one and stick with it. Understanding when some companies are able to do both is a topic for another mini lecture.
Okay, now this is a very important concept, Now, what Michael Porter says, now he's the same guy who came up with the idea. Remember, we talked about the value chain earlier, right? Isn't it? Now, what he says, if for a company to start a business, there are only few strategies you can choose. Okay, basically, these are the strategies laid on. Either you can be a cost leader, it means you're cheaper than everybody else. For example, AeU, okay, the cheaper airline, other people, they are cost leaders. That's their strategy they're following. Or you can be a differentiation. Differentiation means that you're different from everybody else. So if you're different from everybody else, you cannot be cheapest. Am I right or not? Okay. Give me an example of a company that differentiation from others. Hello? Any company that they follow the differentiation. We are talking about strategy of companies now. Okay. Give me a company that has got differentiation from others. Strategy, the differentiation from everybody else. Deva, company with a differentiation strategy. AeU is the cheapest, okay, cost, right? Differentiation strategy, which company? Give me an example of a company that different from others.
Produa.
Pardon?
Produa Manufacturing.
Okay. Produa. Differentiation means it is not cheap, okay, but it's different from everybody else. Okay? That's the thing, like, it's different from others. Like. Okay, good example is Apple, iPhone. Okay, iPhone has a differentiation strategy. Even they're different from other people. They don't want to be cheap. You find a cheap iPhone or not? You find a cheap iPhone, you cannot find it. They're not interested in coming up with a few $100 handphone. They're not interested in that. Okay, they want to be different from everybody else. But Samsung, they are cheap phones. They're expensive phone also. So a company can choose to be a differentiation, or you can be a cost leader. These are the two things that they can do with it. Or what you can do is, another third strategy is focus strategy. Focus means you're focused on one area alone. For example, IKEA. IKEA is focused only on what? Furniture. Okay? Furniture, that's all. Their furniture only. Okay, like remember we saw Ferrari, they are the focus strategy, or Harley Davidson, the focus strategy. Or you can be focus cost. I mean, you're cheap, but at the same time, you're focused on one segment of the market. It could be that. Or you are focused, for example, IKEA furniture is cheap. Okay, so they are focused, at the same time, they got cost leadership. Focus differentiation also can. That means you're focused, but at the same time, you're different from everybody else. Okay? So that's also the strategies that you can have. Okay, so in conclusion, companies can get how many strategies? What are the strategies the companies can adopt? If let's say you want to start a company, what are the strategies that you can adopt? For example, Nazri, kalau you nak buat satu business sekarang lain, what are the strategies you can adopt? According to Michael Porter, what are the strategies? There are 4 strategies that you use. Either you can be what? Money? Yeah, Deva?
Cost strategy, cross leadership.
You can be the cheapest. Okay, let's say, for example, I will have a product in my hand now. Like, okay, let's say I have something I want to sell. So let's say I have this particular product in my hand, and I want to market this particular gadget, let's say, like, okay? Now, if I want to market this, what is my strategy going to be? There are few methods I can choose. As an entrepreneur, I can choose a few methods. One is cost leader. Cost leader means what? I can sell it cheaper than everybody else. That's one strategy. Okay, you understand now? That is one strategy. Or the second strategy is what? Second strategy is what?
Differentiation.
Just with that?
Differentiation.
Differentiation. What do you mean by differentiation?
Differentiation, just like the example of Apple, right? Because even though they're expensive, but they bring a certain name and innovation to them. It gives prestige to the person who's holding an Apple phone compared to Vivo or Samsung.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that means I can sell this at a higher price, but at the same time I can make it different from others. That means I add value, to it, is it? Such a way that people hold my phone or my equipment and everything is expensive. So now I'm pursuing what strategy? A differentiation strategy for that. Okay. So one end of the spectrum is cost strategy. The other end is what? Differentiation strategy. There are two different strategies. And then one more strategy is called what? A focus strategy. Okay. You can have a focus on one market alone. For example, I can only choose one particular market. For example, if I want to sell coffee, I want to sell coffee. Now, if I want to open up a shop selling cafe, maybe a cafe I want to open up with it, I can choose to be cheaper than everybody else. Maybe I can sell it the cheapest budget coffee I can sell. Or I can sell higher level expensive coffee. I can sell maybe like coffee luwak or something like that. That is my differentiation strategy. Or I can focus on one particular category. For example, how can I focus? Give me an example. I'm selling coffee. I can focus on one category alone. How?
Maybe you can focus to the teenagers or working categories.
Yes, customers. I can do that. Or I can focus on those that are diabetic. Maybe, for example, orang yang tak suka makan gula. I can have a special type of coffee for that. So I can focus on that category. Is it? See, you understand or not? When I do a business, I have three different strategies that I could choose from. Is it? Or a combination. That means I can be focused, differentiation, but focused. That means I'm differentiated by product, but at the same time, I'm focused on one segment of the particular market. Is it? I can do that. Or cost differentiation. So there are different ways. There are five ways. I can be a cost leader strategy, or I can be a differentiation strategy, or focus strategy, or I can a combination of these two. I can be a focus cost, or I can have a focus differentiation. Are you clear with this one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now this is very important because why? As a business owner, we need to know what strategy that we are pursuing. Okay? Sometimes we get stuck with too many things. We think we are cheaper, but at the same time we think we are providing value. Then we are stuck. We don't know what we're doing. And that is where you go wrong. That is one of the reasons that So we have to look at what is the strategy that we have. So, and follow that. Okay. So those who are doing business, look at your strategy. Find out what kind of strategy. Maybe we are giving too many different strategies. And find out what is the kind of strategy. Now you will cover this a bit more. When you do strategic management, we'll go a bit in depth into it. Okay. About protest strategies, right? Now we looked at management team. Okay. Now it's very important for entrepreneur to have the right mix of people. Okay. Now when what do you call Apple? Remember they started off in 1971, right? That's why 1976 they started off. And when they had only 2 people, then after they started recruiting people, the first batch of people was 10 people, and the first guy who invested in the company was a guy called Mike Makula. He invested 250,000 for a 30% share in the company. Okay, so imagine if you kept the money, the 30%. Imagine how much money you'll be owned now. The company is worth 1.1 trillion US dollar. Imagine how much of money he would have made, but he still has shares in Mike Makula. So it's important to get them. So Mike Makula is a guy who told Steve, hey, look here, you are not very good. You are an entrepreneur, but you're not very good in managing people. You need to get a management team. And he's the one who hired the first group of people. And the first CEO was a guy called Scott. You see the arrow here? The guy is called Scott. He hired the first CEO to manage the company. And that is how we started off live. Right? So very important. Okay. So they must accomplish 3 things: to execute the business plan. What are the changes in the business that's happening? They must identify the thing and then make adjustments to the plan. So that's the purpose of the management team. Okay. Now, as strategic leader, you need to determine the strategic direction of the company, the core competency, human capital, organization culture, and ethical practices. Now, AeU is a company that is very focused on human capital. Right? Now, listen to this. Our AeU, what they have done.
That up to this point has been really having a very strong people culture, very strong.
Can you hear this? Is it clear?
Not so clear.
No, what is wrong with the? I don't know what's wrong with all the videos and slides.
The aviation industry can be turbulent, but how is human capital innovation a driving force in expanding?
For AirAsia,
key to AirAsia's success. The key to AirAsia's success up to this point has been really having a very strong people culture.
Strong people culture.
Strategy. We have to keep reinventing those strategies and ensuring that we have the best people in this very competitive landscape.
The aviation industry can be turbulent, but how is human capital innovation a driving force in expanding and remaining competitive?
The key is to create an environment for innovation. Whether you have 200 people or 10,000 people, you have to allow people to take risks, not be scared, come out with ideas, no matter what level they are.
But we always encourage people to be innovative, which means pursue new ideas, try out new things. You may fail from time to time, but we don't need to punish that kind of thing, because if you do that, then nobody will ever try anything new again. And the fact that we have always been doing things that surprise the market, that offer new things to the people, is a sign that internally we do have the right culture.
In AirAsia, we are encouraged to think on our feet. I have learned to be more self-confident because every day is a different experience, and that's what makes it so interesting.
Retaining and redefining human and job value is the case in every company. Business leaders must find ways to invest in retaining and developing people to move forward and upwards.
You've got to care for your people, you've got to communicate with your people at all levels, and you've got to allow them to dream and to innovate, to have vision, and to see their ideas implemented, and to make sure that they're recognized for their efforts.
Okay, so AirAsia is a company that, promotes from within, even like, for example, a guy, a dispatch boy once went and told Tony Fernandez, I want to be a pilot, He said, are you serious, So what he did, he said, yeah, he's sending to school, pilot school to study, and today he is a pilot. So we have women pilots, one of the first one from AirAsia. So even she was asked towards us, and she said, I want to become a pilot. So he said, okay, you go and study, and he sponsored the study, and then she became a pilot. So this is the kind of a culture he builds up. Remember, one of the things that we're going to look at is organizational culture. As an entrepreneur, what happens is that you develop the culture within the particular organization. Like Steve Jobs, the way he built the company up, he built up the culture of the organization. And that culture, stays inside the company. And that is sometimes, the culture is what is the key to success of the particular organization. Okay? So his organization, in Tony Fernandez, what he does, he believes in the people. He believes people are the ones that are able to innovate, come up with ideas and things like that. Okay? So people play a very important role. Remember I told you about Google. Google, 20% of the time, you do what you call your own work. 80% of the time, you do the company's work. In the 20% of the time, you put in your creativeness, come up with ideas of your own. Okay? And Google will take that and make it to be a success, or they give you a part of their whatever royalty that they earn from there. And that is why Google is one of the most innovative companies in the world, because they give time, idea to them, to their human resources to think differently. Okay, so in this chapter, we looked at competitive advantage, core competency, and we looked at what is a core competency. We looked at how a company can be strategically oriented. So we looked at Porter's generic strategy. Remember the 5 different strategies that companies can adopt in order for you to start a business. What are strategies you can adopt? And then we looked at the 3 different strategy levels: corporate strategy, business strategy, and functional strategy. And then we looked at the importance of management team in launching a new venture. Okay, so this topic was basically about how companies develop their competence. Okay? As an entrepreneur, remember we looked at, starting the company is okay, getting finances could be okay, but then managing it is where the challenge is. Okay? And how do you make your company to be better than everybody else? you need to develop what you call certain competency and competitive advantages. We studied about this. Okay, so let's have a few minutes. Topic is on attitudes and behavior. Okay, in this topic, we're going to look also again into the characteristics of entrepreneur and the attitudes and the way they handle what you call disappointments. Okay, how are they tuned, you know, and what are the kind of ways that they do it, and how they deal with people. Okay, so this is this topic is basically on that. Okay. Okay, so you will be, end of this chapter, we will be able to identify the leadership style, characteristics of a leader, an entrepreneur, and their skills. Okay, how is it that entrepreneurs are self-reliant, they mean self-confident, and effectuation, implications, cognitive adaptability, learning from failure, you know, grief recovery process, and dual process for grief. Now, in your assignment, you have another few more questions. It takes explain 4 competencies that should be developed among the staff to make them more effective at work. Describe some practices in your organization that may enhance the staff competencies. Okay, so you could pick up some pointers from here when you're writing about these the competencies that they need to apply. Okay, and then determine the traits needed by entrepreneur in making the enterprises successful. Okay, what are the things that the entrepreneurs do in order for them to make the enterprise successful? How these traits can be developed among the staff on your organization. Okay, now the question is talking about, you know, what are the traits for an entrepreneur to make the business to be a success? And these traits that make them to be a success, how can this, what you call, be cascaded down, you know, or drilled down into the staff, so they can also continue, you know, in order for the firm to be successful. Okay, so these are things that we're going to look at, you know, here. Okay, now we looked at some of the common attitude and behavior. I mean, desire for responsibility, you know, and they do business. Why they do business? Because they want to gain control over their lives. They want to make a difference in the world. They want to become self-fulfilled. They want to have profits, and they want to contribute to society and do what they enjoy doing. You find a lot of entrepreneurs, they enjoy what they do. They love what they do. You know? They love to come to work and do what they're doing. Unlike us, you know, we are working for companies. Sometimes we don't like to go to work. You know, sometimes we're boring. Why you want to go to work? But entrepreneurs are those who every day they come to work on time. You know, and they are really, sometimes they work very late hours. Like, for example, people like Elon Musk, he works about 120 hours a week. You know, and sometimes you don't go back. They stay inside the office, inside the factory, and sleep inside the factory itself. That's how they work. The commitment to their work is so intense, you know. Okay. The Steve Jobs thing. You can watch this video later on, but I just give you a part of this video. You can watch this slide. This was the movie Steve Jobs, you know.
It's 1,000 songs. The iPod.
If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life, when I was 20. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking, don't settle. When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, if you live each day as if it was your last, someday you'll most certainly be right. It made an impression on me. And since then, for the past 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. No one wants to die.
We gotta risk everything. Great artists, Dylan, Picasso, Newton, they risk failure. And if we want to be great, we gotta risk it too.
Even people who want to go to heaven don't want to die to get there.
Okay, so you can watch this video, the full entire video. So here, basically, a little bit of it I showed you. So to show about what are the characteristics of attitudes of a entrepreneur. What the attitude you find from the video? What did you listen? Something that strike your mind. Nazri?
You try again and again, never give up.
Yeah, they never give up, is it? When they first made the computer, they went around selling to everybody. Nobody wanted to buy, is it? Nobody wanted to buy. Is it? And one guy, came and said, okay, I don't mind taking that. And from there is where the success happened, is it? All entrepreneurs, they start off with something like that. Even like, for example, KFC, you study the talk about KFC, even he wanted to sell his idea, the recipe of chicken, he went to 500 different people, but nobody wanted to buy. There's one guy who say, okay, and today, it becomes a success, So they never give up. They keep on going. So entrepreneurs have that particular kind of zest is there. And the attitude, they are always like, wanting to learn something new. When what happened? Steve Jobs, the father sent him to college to go and study some subject. But then he didn't like to study that. He went and studied art, What he finally studied is calligraphy, design, And that is why Apple phones and Apple products are very beautifully designed, Apple is good not because of technology, but they're good because of the design. That's the core competitive advantage they have. Their design is better than everybody else, And that is what makes it unique, And that's So these are attitudes, that they have. See, like for example, you say we have to risk everything. Great people risk all kind of things, and that's the reason why they are able to ahead of everybody else in the products that they do, right? Okay, so now this is the reason why they do a business opportunity to make a difference. Okay, that's one of the things, and enjoy, to reap profit, contribute to society, to reach their full potential. Okay, now their opportunity to make a difference. These are the reasons they want to make a difference in the world. They want to reach their full potential. They want to be the best of what they are. They're like sports people. They want to reach the best. The opportunity to reap the impressive profits, the opportunity to contribute to society, and opportunity to do what you enjoy and have fun with it. And most of them, really enjoy what they do. Like that's basically the entrepreneur's life, right? Now looking at the leadership aspects of entrepreneurs. These are the leadership aspects. They are visionary. They create management options. They encourage teamwork. They encourage open discussion, establish strong coalition of supporters, and they are persistent. Now, again, not all entrepreneurs have this kind of skills. Like people like Steve Jobs. He won't listen to people. His character is such that he will not listen to people. He got his own idea. He'll come and change it. So what he'll do is, today he'll tell the engineer, okay, I want you to design it this way, like this, So the engineer is the software guy, they're doing the software, everything, and tomorrow he'll come and say, no, I think I want to change it, They keep changing it. They keep on changing it like that, So what will happen if you keep changing like that? the people are not able to work anymore, is it? So that caused challenge and become a problem. That's the reason why they had to hire professional managers to run this kind of organization. So not all entrepreneurs are very good in managing the company. Right? Even people like Bill Gates, right? Now we know Bill Gates, as one of the richest men in the world, and how he started off Microsoft and things like that. Bill Gates was a very bad manager, he used to take things and throw at people, his stuff. Imagine how you feel, your boss, you come and throw thing at you, how you feel. Deva, let's say in the office, the boss comes the next day, you just take and throw the thing at you, how would you feel? Huh? You will tell your family, I'm not going to work anymore already. Don't want to work there, right? Isn't it?
So many times already told.
So it happens in that way. Entrepreneurs are like that, somebody was telling me, one of my students were actually working for, Lim Kok Kwing University, right? Lim Kok Kwing. Okay. So Lim Kok Kwing University is run by this guy, right? Lim Kok Kwing, right? Tan Si Lim Kok Kwing. And this guy, he wears only black and black, every time black only. And all his staff must wear black only in the office, you cannot wear any other color like that. So that is his, his concept, his thinking. That's his attitude, is it? Now, behaviors and attitude of different people, he's an entrepreneur also in that sense, he develops some new ideas into education and things like that, is it? And he is a fella who also like that, he like to take things and throw things at people like that, is it? So people can't work with this kind of individuals like that, right? So that's a kind of a thing. So sometimes they need to get what you call professional managers to run the organization for them, Okay. Now these are some of the leadership skills: visionary, ability to communicate, able to influence informally. Like Tony Fernandez is a visionary. He's able to see in front, what's going to happen. He's able to communicate. He's very good in talking. Okay, ability to influence, ability to motivate people, to manage a change. Now this is very important. Managing a change is very important. It's a constant in any businesses. Able to resolve conflict, build confidence, work as a team, able to form deep relationship, generate trust, delegate, build a cohesive and sense of belonging. I mean, they're able to all become like a family, make the whole entire company be like a family unit together. Able to clarify ambiguity and uncertainty, ability to be firm but fair, ability to be flexible but consistent. So these are the leadership skills that they have. Now watch this video about Jeff Bezos. Remember I told you the richest man in the world, right? How he makes decisions. Okay, we are looking at the attitudes of entrepreneurs and how do they think, Now, Jeff Bezos, remember I told you a story here. He left his job in 1994, a well-paying job, and he went out and said he wanted to make money in the internet because he saw the huge potential of internet. Right? Now he talks about the way he think about how he makes decisions, what may help you to make decisions. So watch this video. Actually, it's helped me a lot, in how entrepreneurs think. Right?
I went to my boss and said to him, I'm going to go do this crazy thing, and I'm going to start this this company selling books online. And this is something that I had already been talking to him about in a sort of more general context. But then he said, let's go on a walk. We went on a 2-hour walk in Central Park in New York City. And the conclusion of that was this, he said, this actually sounds like a really good idea to me. But it sounds like it would be a better idea for somebody who didn't already have a good job. And he convinced me to think about it for 48 hours before making a final decision. And so I went away and was trying to find the right framework in which to make that kind of big decision. And I'd already talked to my wife about this, and she was very supportive and said, look, you can count me in 100%. Whatever you want to do. It's true. She had married this kind of really stable guy in a stable career path, and now he wanted to go do this crazy thing, but she was 100% supportive. So it really was a decision that I had to make for myself, and the framework I found, which made the decision incredibly easy, was what I called, which only a nerd would call, a regret minimization framework. So I wanted to project myself forward to age 80 and say, okay, now I'm looking back on my life. I want to have minimized the number of regrets I have. And I knew that when I was 80, I was not going to regret having tried this. I was not going to regret having wanted, trying to participate in this thing called the internet that I thought was going to be a really big deal. I knew that if I failed, I wouldn't regret that. But I knew the one thing I might regret is not ever having tried. And I knew that that would haunt me every day. And so when I thought about it that way, it was an incredibly easy decision. And I think that's a very good, it's if you can project yourself out to age 80 and sort of think, what will I think at that time? It gets you away from some of the daily pieces of confusion. I left this Wall Street firm in the middle of the year. When you do that, you walk away from your annual bonus. And that's the kind of thing that in the short term can confuse you. But if you think about the long term, then you can really make good life decisions that you won't regret later.
Okay. Now this is Steph Bezos. What he talks about is regret minimization. This is how he makes decisions. What he does is very simple. If he feels, what he does is he projects himself 80 years in front. I mean, he's 80 years old now. And then he's looking back at this point of time and he's thinking, should I have taken up the opportunity or not? If he feels that I should have, then he goes for it. He makes a decision. This is how he thinks, And he says in his videos, in his conversation, he said a lot of things that they do, it fails. Okay, but they try it anyway. They 10 things they do. They try new ideas, 10 new ideas. Sometimes 8 of them fail. But 2 are become successful. And this is what. And today, in fact, they are also moving away. Do you know where is the latest growth coming from? Izanti, maybe you can tell me, where do you think the latest growth is coming from for Amazon?
From cloud.
Cloud, yeah, she's right. AWS is their cloud technology. Now, in fact, 70 to 80% of their business is actually coming in from the cloud business, not from the internet business. So this is how they are actually moving or pivoting the system into different ways of doing things. That's how they're going in. So basically, even if you look at Alibaba now, we know Alibaba is online, right, isn't it? But do you know now they are owning a lot of supermarkets? They have a chain of supermarkets. That is what they're owning now. So this is how they're moving in. They're not only just going on internet. They're also going into what they call stores. They're buying supermarkets. Also, they're also going into that. So this is how companies are moving in the future. So this is Now, how do entrepreneurs cope with failure? Okay, now let me ask one of our entrepreneurs. Vince, how do you cope with failure? You try something, doesn't work. What do you do? Oh, Vince, are you there? You tried something new and it doesn't work, Well, how do you do? How do you cope with failure?
Don't give up. Keep on trying.
Keep on trying, okay.
Yeah, find solution. Why it failed? Yeah.
Of course, people will scold you. Your wife might say, your girlfriend might scold you, your mother might scold you. What you go and do all this kind of thing, it can happen, right? Isn't it? So if you have tension, right? So not everyone can be an entrepreneur. You need to be strong, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So learning from failure. The consequence of business failure is you feel grief, negative, right? I think I should have done that. The symptoms are your behavioral, psychological, and physiological also, right? Isn't it? And interfere ability to learn from the failure, motivation to move on. When Steve Jobs lost his job, he was kicked out, in 1985, because of this erratic behavior. He was behaving very crazy like that. You remember in the video you saw, right? He said, we must take risks, we must do risks, you see? But that's how it was. But the whole thing is, he was taking the company, into a huge risk, and then the shareholders said, oh, you cannot. So they kick him out from the company because whatever he's trying to do is very risky, you see. Of course, as an entrepreneur, you don't take risks, then only you can be a success, you see. But they kick him out of the thing. And he was very depressed, for a couple of years, he was totally out, you see. And then he came back again, So maybe we'll look at that later on in the thing, all right? Now, this is what you call a process of recovery, you see. For example, you lose something, you break emotional bond, then you contract a series of accounts about law. You think, why is a thing happened, you see? And then you give a meaning, a loss, the meaning, you see? And then you change your viewpoint of the self and the world. I mean, the worldview, your worldview has changed, because of the loss, you look at it in a different angle. You look at it from a different angle, you see? And then you learn to regulate emotion. thoughts of the event no longer generate negative emotion. You know, it becomes a learning experience. You know, more negative, because sometimes our problem is not the thing that happened. You know, it's not the thing that happened, but our thoughts about it, our emotions are the one that killing us. You know, our emotion. Yeah, I should have done it. Yeah, stupid myself. You know, it is not the loss. You might have lost maybe $100,000 or $2,000. You know, it's not the loss that you grieve about. It's a loss is basically your emotional feeling. You see? So as entrepreneurs, what you need to do, you need to break away emotion from what happened. You know, from the event. The event and the emotion must be broken off. You see? Once you break off the emotion and the event, then the emotion will not going to give you any more what you call negative event, and then you can move on ahead with your this thing. So this is the way that entrepreneurs they recover from loss, and entrepreneurs go through a whole lot of disappointment and loss also, right? Now, Steve Jobs, how he handled failure.
Over $1 million when I was 23, and over $10 million when I was 24, and over $100 million when I was 25.
35, he became 100 million. He had made money,
and it wasn't that important because I never did it for the money. Especially at that point in my life, it was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the company, the people, the products we were making, what we were going to enable people to do with these products.
What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened.
So he got fired from Apple, in
the penalty for failure, for going and trying to start a company in this valley is non-existent. There really isn't a penalty for failure either psychologically or economically, in the sense that if you have a good idea and you go out to start your own company, even if you fail, you're generally considered worth more to the company you left because you've gained all this valuable experience in many disciplines.
Most people don't get those experiences because they never ask. People say you have to have a lot of passion for what you're doing, and it's totally true. And the reason is because it's so hard that if you don't, any rational person would give up.
Most people never pick up the phone and call. Most people never ask, and that's what separates sometimes the people that do things from the people that just dream about them. You gotta act, and you've got to be willing to fail. You've got to be willing to crash and burn. If you're afraid of failing, you won't get very far.
Okay, so they don't have the fear of failure, When what do you call when Jeff Bezos first started the company, they didn't have any money, Even tables, they didn't have money to buy tables also, So what he did was he buy that what do you call door, doors, and then he make a table out of the doors, That is how he was. They were what do you call doing, and that's basically some of the things that they came through the hard way, and then slowly. But they had a vision that they can be successful, right? Okay, we looked at leadership styles, characteristics, leadership skills, and then we looked at self-reliance of an entrepreneur. And in this chapter, we also looked at how they can recover from grief. We looked at different people, we looked at Jeff Bezos, how he looks at making decisions. What are the kind of things that he has to do with it? We looked at Steve Jobs. How does he come out from failure? When he lost his job, when you were kicked out from as a CEO of Apple, the company that he founded, but how he came up, what did he do? So these are the kind of things that we look at. Okay, before we go, let me just share with you something that I have developed on Swan. Okay, this slide will tell you about what the story of Apple, how it started and what are the kind of things right? Okay, so just a thing. In 1976, Apple Computer was founded by Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. There's two friends of them. They joined together and they developed the first computer. Remember, you saw the picture, the 1970s Apple I computer. Okay, and after that, what happened was, remember I talked about the first guy who invested in the company. Nobody believed in the company. Nobody wanted to give them any money to start the business. Mike Makkala, he invested $230,000 for 30% stake in the company. After that, in 1980, they become IPO. They go public. okay, Steve Jobs becomes officially a millionaire. He was worth about 200 million at that time, So, and they went IPO in 1980, and at that time, it was the biggest IPO, in the world, in US at the time, right? In 1983, what he does is the company becomes very big, so he need to get a CEO to run it. Okay, so Steve Jobs became the chairman of the company, and then he appoints John Scully as the CEO. Okay, then what he did in 1984, they came up with one of the top, what they call product, Apple Macintosh. And Macintosh was a product that really smashed the entire business, and it became the top seller. 1985, Steve Jobs got fired from Apple. And who fired him was the CEO. He selected the CEO, and John Scully was the CEO. John Scully was last time working for Pepsi. He pulled him from Pepsi and made him a CEO in Apple. And John Scully was the guy who actually terminated or sacked Steve Jobs from there. So he was very disappointed, very upset. He was totally out, But as an entrepreneur, sometimes, you remember we saw how they jump up from grief, and then they come up with new ideas, something new. So what he did was, he opened up another company called Next Computer. All right. So he wanted to develop a different type of computers, and this is targeted towards businesses. So he was developing a Next Computer, and it was not a very big success, But one of the companies that they invested in at that time was a very famous name now, but those days was not well known at all, It's a company called, remember the company that made Toy Story? Do you know which company makes Toy Story or not? Hello?
Pixel.
Pixel, yes. Pixar. Remember Pixar? So what happened in 1986, the Pixar company was not making a lot of money. So they came to Steve Jobs and told him, we need you to invest some money. Then he said, okay, he invested some money in the company. He invested the money in the company, and the other guy who owned the company was this guy called George Lucas, the guy who made Star Wars, George Lucas. So what happened was George Lucas was having a divorce, and at the time he didn't have money, So what he did was he stole a lot of his shares to Steve Jobs, and Steve Jobs became the chairman of Pixar. Okay, he owned the company completely, So that was his thing that he did in 1987, 1988. Then what happened was, through some kind of a mix-up with Disney and Pixar, what happened was, finally, Apple buys the Next for 400 million US. Next company was actually started by who? By Steve Jobs, right? Isn't it? Then what happened because of the the thing between Disney and Pixar? What happened? Apple had to buy Next company for 400 million. Okay? So then what happened? Steve Jobs returned back, reappointed back as the interim CEO back again in 1997. At that time, Apple was doing very badly. The business was dropping tremendously. So in 1997, he comes back. He said, I don't want to be CEO. I just want to be interim CEO, Remember our Prime Minister? You remember our Prime Minister wanted to be interim Prime Minister? Do you all remember that? Hello? Are you all there or not? Are you listening to me or what?
Yes.
Remember our Prime Minister wanted to be interim Prime Minister, right? He got the name from here, So he returned back and said, I don't want to be CEO. I want to be interim CEO. They mean for a while only I'll be here to come and help the company. But what happened he became the CEO after that, And when Steve Jobs come, he says the important thing is we need to come up with a very innovative idea, something that is helping the people, giving value. He always talks about giving a value, And you look at a product and they say, we got too many products. These too many products is no point, We need to cut down a product and come down to a few products, and focus on that. And then he came up with the iMac. Okay, remember the iMac. Okay, after the Macintosh, now it's not selling anymore. So they need a new product, and he was very good in product development. He developed the iMac, and iMac became a powerful, seller. It became a huge seller, and it became quite successful. So in 1990, year 2000, I think he became the CEO back again. And in 2001, he launched the iPod. Remember the iPod? Okay, iPod actually changed the game. It was a game changer for the audio, music industry. after the iPod came about, all CDs were not selling. People are not buying CDs anymore because you can have 1,000 songs inside your iPod, you know. So why don't I have to buy it? But then what he did was he started what you call iTunes, you know, where you can download the song for $1 and he was paying back the money back to the what you call people who made the song. So that became a very creative way of, you know, changing the industry was totally disrupted. This is called disruption. Disrupted. Entrepreneurs, what they do is they disrupt the industry. Right? So in 2001, he disrupted the what you call the sound of music industry. And 2007, he launches the iPhone. Now, iPhone was a big thing, you know, right? Because you can watch the video where he talks about how he launches the iPhone, you know, the method that he used to launch the iPhone. And that was a huge success because they really totally changed the way people use the phone, because that was the first phone that uses totally touchscreen. Before that, there was the phones had the dial pad and also touchscreen, but this one completely removed the entire thing, and they made apps. You know, they came up with the apps. So totally they revolutionized the industry. You know, that's how it happened. Then in 2010, he launches the iPad. Okay, but iPad in all these were actually not not what you call invented by them. Somebody else has invented. For example, even iPod, they did not invent MP3. You know, MP3 was already available. But what the uniqueness of the competitive advantage of Apple is they're able to take somebody else's product, a less known product, and make it into a very famous product. That is what they do. That's the thing. And they launch the iPad, and it becomes a huge success. And in 2011, Steve Jobs resigned as CEO. He died later, you know, in October. You know, in 2011, he died. He resigned as a CEO. Right. So if you look at the story of how what do you call an entrepreneur, this is a journey of an entrepreneurial journey, you know, right? I mean, you start from nothing, zero, you know, with no money, and then you know you IPO your company, and this is where you know where they made a lot of money in the IPO. They made a huge amount of money, and today the company is worth, you know, it started off with 200,000. You know, they invested, and he put 30,000 inside it. Okay, and today the company is worth, you know, $1 trillion. You know, and this is how, you know, entrepreneurs go through all the difficult times that they went through. Like into Apple and, you know, make a change in what he wanted to do. Like, you know, this is a story of Apple. I put this together myself for, you know, because Apple is one company. If you talk about entrepreneurs, the best way is to what you call to talk about Apple, to help you to understand what are the different what you call aspects of entrepreneurship. Okay, let's come back again to notes. Okay, now we have looked at what you call entrepreneurs. Now let's look at the resources. Remember, we talk about resources, right? Isn't it? Now resources are very important for entrepreneurs. Okay, we looked at different type of resources, right? Remember, some of you mentioned, you know, finance is resources, people, human capital is a resource. Right? So we're going to look at what are the resources and what are the different types of resources that you have. Okay, so we're going to look at different types like valuable resources, rare resources, hard to copy resources, and non-substitutable resources. We're going to look at 4 different types of resources that a company can have. Right? And we're going to look at 6 types of resources. Teams, why some teams work, why some don't. Okay, now this chapter will focus on the resource-based theory of entrepreneurship. Resource-based theory means it means entrepreneurs, you know, using the resources that they have, they're able to forward the company, you know, to make it to a success. The resource-based theory. Okay. Now, what is a resource? The definition of resource. A resource is anything of quality and that is useful. No entrepreneurs are alike, no 2 entrepreneurs are alike, and no 2 new firms are identical. Right? Now, this is what you call an academic definition of resources. And according to Barney, a firm's resources include all assets, capabilities, organization process, firm's attributes, information, that also can be a resource, knowledge, which are controlled by a firm that enable the firm to conceive and of implement strategies that improve its efficiency and effectively. These are all called resources, right? Now, the resource-based theory says that the starting point of resources are creativity, uniqueness, the vision, and initial conditions. Now, what are the resources? For example, if I ask you, what is the resource that Grab has? What are the resources of Grab? What are the resources that Grab has? Let's say you take Grab as a company. What are the resources that they have?
The system.
Okay, their system that they have. Okay, the computer system, the software, they have. Tamo?
Also the rider, Grab rider.
Rider, okay, in a way, yes, they don't have all the swing. Tamo, what else? What do you think the resources they have?
Credit, sir.
Yes,
Cash, credit.
Cash, in the beginning, when they started off, they didn't have any cash, right? Isn't it? They didn't have a lot of money with them. Only two of them joined together and started off. These are all both classmates, Anthony Tan and Tan Wheeling, two of them were studying in Harvard together. Once they finished Harvard, then they said, hey, we are going back to Malaysia, we need to do a business, and then they thought about it and said, hey, at that time, Uber came about, So they said, we need to start something like that. They started off. What are the resources you have? Okay, human capital. I mean, they have very good programmers, okay, and that's one of the resources that they have, okay. So let's look at some other things. So creativity, okay. Sometimes the history can be a resource also. History means how you started, what is your background, So uniqueness. What is something that you have is unique, these are the things that are important for a new venture, vision, okay. All these things are important for new venture. Okay. Now, what companies do, is basically they buy or acquire resources, they transform it, or resource or skill into a thing and deploy it, and then they sell it more expensively. So this is basic the idea. You buy it cheap, you transform it, and then you sell it. For example, this holds true for anything. For example, you have the furniture business. You buy the resources, materials, you transform it, make it into a beautiful furniture, and then you sell it more expensive. This is basically a business idea, right? So same thing in resources. Okay, now we're going to look at, remember we looked at sustainable competitive advantage. In order for your company to have a competitive advantage and to be competitive in the business environment, your competitive advantage should be sustainable. They mean boleh tahan lama your competitive advantage. Okay, so it must be valuable. Okay, it must be rare, it must be hard to copy, it must be non-substitutable. Valuable means that it must be of value. If you have something, a resource that you have is of value, that other people might not have, or expensive they get, right? Now let's look at valuable. What is valuable? Okay, value can be property. Maybe you have a property that is very valuable. Okay, it could be equipment, it could be people, it could be skills, these are all could be of value. So what makes the resources valuable are valuable when the organization, they help the organization to implement the strategy effectively, right? So these are the different types of resources. One is you have valuable resources, okay? Valuable resources can be skill, property, equipment, and people, right? Remember we talked about people, right, isn't it? Now, how do you hire people? How do you hire people? Okay, watch this video on Jack Ma, Jack Ma, do you know Jack Ma? What was his background? Where did he come from? He owns one of the biggest e-commerce companies in the world, Alibaba and Taobao and all these, he owns that, and Ant Financial. Okay, now what is his background? Is he an IT guy?
Teacher, education. Yeah, teacher.
What is his background? What do you think is his background, Deva? Others all I can't see you all. Are you all there or not? I still don't know.
I think teacher, Jack Ma.
Yes, you're right. He was a teacher. He was teaching English, And
Yes.
how did a teacher become richest man in China with all this IT, how did it happen?
They can utilize the resources.
Yes, he utilized the resources, okay?
Yeah.
Now, when you listen to him, he tells you that, I don't know anything. He says, I don't know anything, I'm a teacher. I don't know IT. I don't know how to do the thing. but he has idea. Is it? And now watch this video. He tells about how to hire people. Right? You all want to know, right? How to hire the people, right? Isn't it? So he tells about how to hire the people. Because he's hiring the best people to do the work. You know, is it?
Try to build a good team. What does a good team mean? The good team does not mean you hire excellent people from Harvard or from a multinational Fortune 500 companies. I remember when we raised the first $5 million US, we think, now we have money from $50,000 to $5 million. So we should hire great people. We hired close to 10 excellent vice presidents for many multinational companies. One of the guys who are the marketing expert vice president of a big company, he gives me a business plan, a marketing plan, $12 million US. And I say, hey, we only have $5 million. How could you give me a business plan for next year's budget to marketing $12 million? He said, Jack, I never make any plan below $20 million. Hire the right people, not necessarily the best people. The best people is always you train them. There's no best people in the market. The best people is all for you is always you train yourself. So, as I say, if you hire the people who are very good, not suitable to you, it's just like you are putting a Boeing 747 engine into a poor tractors. Neither of them are happy. The engine's not happy, the poor tractor's not happy. So find the right people.
Okay. All right, it's true or not? Okay. So it's like if you get the right, you can have the right people, but like putting an engine or Boeing 747 into a tractor, see? Good example, he'll give it. Right. Okay, so basically it's very important to hire the right people. And where are the right people, he says? Where are the right people?
Yourself.
Yeah, in you, with you.
Yep.
The people are there with you, you see? So don't need to go outside and hire. Hire the right people, they are with you. Train the people that you have, you see? And
around you.
Around you, yeah. Okay, so that's very important. I remember the first video he told her that we need to surround ourselves. What are the tips to be an entrepreneur? We need to surround ourselves with people who support you and believe in your vision and go on, you see? When he first started the idea, Jack Ma started the idea, he started with 18 founders, 18 founders, and they all sat together one small apartment and he gave a speech about how the internet is going to take the world by storm, and how they should start off on the internet, and start off. They were the first few companies, that actually started off. The first business that they opened up was called China Pages. Before Alibaba, the idea of Alibaba came about, he opened a company called China Pages, It's something like a yellow page, for China. Okay, where people from all over the world were able to, look at China and find information from there. And that is where the idea of the Alibaba came about. So where the idea came about is where one day what happened was he went to US, he went for a conference in US. Because you remember he's an English teacher. So they took him for a conference where they bring him as an interpreter. He'll interpret people in English to Chinese. So in the conference that he went, you saw that internet, that's the first time he got introduced into the internet, right? So what he did was, he went to the internet and then he went and searched. They say, hey, they told him, hey, Jack, internet, you can search anything, It's a very powerful thing. That was what, 1990 something, 1990, early 90s, At that time, internet was not famous, very, very slow and things like that. So they told him you can search anything in the internet. So what he did was, he went to the internet and he looked for China. No, actually what he did, the first thing he looked for beer. You want to drink beer, so you want to look for beer, And then look for China. No companies, no name. No companies have got China name there, So he was thinking, hey, why no name with China one? Because so much of things there, And that's what he struck his mind. He thought, hey, if this is the case, there's a huge potential, Now, people look at it, and say that it's a problem, don't have. but he looked at it as a potential, and then from there he grew, and he went back and he said, internet is going to be very powerful. Just like how Jeff Bezos found that internet is going to grow very fast, he said internet is going to grow very fast. And we as China companies, we must start first. Okay, and that is how we started the Alibaba story, and in 1997 with 18 people. Okay, and today, all 18 are there, and all of them are multi-millionaires, So this is how the story of Alibaba started off, right? Okay, we looked at valuable resources. Now let's look at rare resources. What do you mean by rare? Rare means not enough for everybody, not enough for all the competitors, So let's say you have rare. For example, gold is rare. Not everybody has got gold, now you got cryptocurrencies, right? Isn't it? You have Bitcoin and all that, right? How many of you got Bitcoin? How many of you are invested in Bitcoin?
Me.
Can I see your hand? Faisal, ada?
Yeah.
No, I don't have.
Anu, you have?
No, sir. No.
Okay. Now, if you have some money to spend, don't take all your money and put it inside. I would recommend buy some. Not a lot. Okay, not a lot, but buy some. Okay. Okay. Let me tell you a story. In 2017, 2017, I was doing some work for a guy who's dealing with Bitcoins and all that, and I had no idea about Bitcoin and all these things at the time. So I told this guy, his name is Gio. I told him, Gio, hey, what is this Bitcoin and things like that? Though I was introducing some people in Indonesia. I took him to Indonesia to go and introduce about Bitcoin to them. At that time, one Bitcoin was about 5,000 ringgit Malaysia. Ringgit Malaysia, 5,000. So what he did is, he said, okay, it doesn't matter, Frank, you open a wallet, I'll give you some Bitcoin. So I opened up a Luno wallet, and then he transferred to be 50 ringgit at the time. That means it's equal to 0.01 Bitcoin. So he transferred to my wallet 50 ringgit. And today, you know how much is the Bitcoin, that 50 ringgit. I forgot about, after that, I forgot about the total wallet, everything. I left it for 2-3 years, So recently in 2020, what I did was I went back and looked at my wallet, Do you know how much that is worth now?
50,000 US dollar.
2,500 ringgit, This is 50 ringgit that somebody gave me free. I didn't even put anything, 2,500 ringgit, imagine. Okay, imagine if I bought one Bitcoin. You know how much is one Bitcoin now? It's about 250,000. Is it 250,000 ringgit? Something around there, is it? 200 over 1,000 ringgit, 220,000 ringgit, is it? One Bitcoin. Okay, so we have some students who have got Bitcoin also, is it? So imagine how much of money there will be there. I have one friend of mine who bought 30 Bitcoins, but he sold it, now we've only got 2 Bitcoins really left with him, right? Okay, so if you have some money, what they say is by end of the year, Bitcoin is going to double. If it's going to be like 200,000 now, it might be 400,000. If you have some money spare sitting down in the bank doing nothing or what, take and put it inside, open up a Luno wallet and then you put it inside. Just leave it like that. Don't worry about it. It's something like gold, I look at it like gold. One time later, it will become this one. Faisal, you got proper Bitcoin?
I have one.
One?
Yeah.
How much you got it for?
Basically, I share with my partner. Around 12K.
12,000 at the time.
Yeah, 12,000.
12,000,
But the
so
major,
the
major country, now the major country is China. China is very, very for Bitcoin.
No, now they stopped Bitcoin in China, not because they stopped the mining.
Yeah, correct.
So the price of Bitcoin is going to go up, because China is introducing their own cryptocurrency very soon, They're going to introduce that, So, one Bitcoin is now worth about 200,000 inside there. So that's good money, Sometimes you wish you had bought more, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
but
just
almost 1 year. We take 1 year to recover all investment.
Investment. Within 1 year, you cover back, right?
Yeah, 1 year.
Okay, so if you want to just invest maybe a little bit, try it out, You don't have to put all your money inside there. Maybe 1,000 ringgit, 2,000 put inside, then it could be something right? Okay, so that's about Bitcoin, right? Cryptocurrency. You can use Luno. Luno is a good wallet. Let's look at what are rare resources. Rare resources can be a good location. Like some companies, very good location is there, and that's very rare. Others people cannot get it, you know, is it? So that is very important sometimes, like, you know, is it? If you're talking about retail, sometimes a good location can be a rare resource for you. Managers, good leaders, that also can be, is it? Natural resources, for example, you have oil reserves, okay, gold mine that you have, is it? Or maybe some other kind of resources that you have. These are all called what you call rare resources, like, you know, right? Now, managers, you know, like for example, Facebook for many years when started, they were not making money, you know, they were just giving free, you know, and they didn't know how to make money until this lady came on board, you know. Her name is Sheryl Sandberg, Sheryl Sandberg, look at it, she is a CEO of the company, you know. She was a CEO, CFO. She came into the company and then they came up with ideas of how they can monetize it, you know. And after that, today they are making huge amount of money on what you call on advertisements and all that. Facebook is one of the top on advertisement. So sometimes, you know, people like this are a resource, you know, for us, like, you know, right? Okay, can be a resource for that. Something that is hard to copy. What do you mean by hard to copy? That means competitor cannot duplicate them, you know. There are some things that people cannot duplicate straight away. Can you give me an example, something that you cannot duplicate it?
Astro?
Pardon?
Astro.
Astro, okay, all right. In a way, yes, you know, you cannot duplicate, but now people are duplicating that also already, right, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have all these boxes that you can duplicate them, it seems, right, isn't it? So
have
there are
better
some,
version.
Have
better version than Astro.
better, some of them better, with more channels, I think 500 channels or something like that they have. Like,
even 1,000 also got.
Okay.
Before the Astro monopoly, the market of Malaysia.
But I don't know whether they get caught or not. I think maybe Astro will send people to go and catch them, or the MC also will catch you, like, you know. Okay, now there are factors. There are 3 factors that can make your resource cannot copy. You know, one is history. Okay, sometimes the history that you have, you know, that is something that people cannot replicate. It, the kind of history that you have, like, you know, and that can be a resource for you. Your history, how the company was started, and that can become something that you cannot, what do you call this thing? For example, Nestle. Okay, Nestle has got a huge history, you know, behind it, and it's not easy to duplicate that particular kind of a thing. If Nestle is coming up with, let's say, a product, you know, we trust that more than an ABC company that's coming up, right? Isn't it? Because of the history, it has been the track record is there. That's one thing. Also could be sometimes there's a ambiguous connection, you know. There are sometimes we don't know how to explain why something can be very good. Sometimes certain product you launch in the market becomes very crazy, you know. We don't know why it become viral. You know, it goes viral, right? Isn't it? For example, iPad was a success, but others came in the market not a success anymore, you know. What is the thing that caused it to be success? We really do not know. Why is it that iPhone, when they launch, people are waiting outside in queue, you know, but Samsung people are not waiting in queue? What is the reason? What do you think is the reason? Selvi, you have an iPhone, right? Why is it that
Yes, sir. Can't hear you.
Yeah, why is it that when iPhone launch a phone, people whole night they can wait until the kadai buka, you know, whereas what do you call this thing? What is that? Samsung comes up the new phone, nobody's bothered like that, you know. Why is it that some product can be successful?
Maybe the brand, the logo.
Yeah, what makes the brand so distinct? What makes the logo so great? What is the story behind it?
The design.
Okay.
Design and features.
Sometimes there are certain things we cannot put a finger in it, you know. It's very ambiguous, and that causes what you call a resource for you. Other people copy the same thing, also not working. Cannot work, you know. They try that, cannot work. Why for this big company can work? Well, why my cannot work? So that also could be what do you call? It's called causal ambiguity. It's ambiguous, you know. Okay. Social complexity. Okay, that's another what do you call sort. I mean, relationship between managers, you know. Managers between company, between the suppliers, you know. There's a certain kind of a culture, you know. They like a corporate culture. What makes the company different? So organizational culture, like for example, remember Tony Fernandez, the way he talked about the people love to go and work there, you know. I don't know, this is what he say, maybe not, you know, I do not know. But he said people love to work in my company. But now no more. I think people hate him because he sacked a lot of people. They used to say that, you know, the culture that makes them feel that, you know, they are they are like a family together, the culture. So this kind of thing, you cannot duplicate it, So that becomes a resource. So these are all rare resources, right? And finally, we have non-substitute. That means you cannot substitute with something else. For example, if one material you can substitute with something else. For example, metal I can substitute with plastic, maybe. That's a substitute. That's a substitute for it, So if you cannot substitute with something else, then it's a non-substitute resources, Now, one resource that is very valuable in the world is called rare earth. Have you heard of this one, rare earth? Rare earth. How many of you heard the word rare earth before?
I heard about it.
Never heard.
Arul, okay, Sudha, of course, you would have come across rare earth, Rare earth is one of the most valuable, resource in the world, And we're using the rare earth, anything that you're using screen, for example, LCD screen, your handphone screen, you need rare earth materials, And rare earth is very difficult to get. Remember, liners in Kuantan, they are also dealing rare earth because it gives out a lot of radiation, And that's the reason a lot of countries they don't do that. And in Malaysia, we have deposits of that. And you look at this here, countries, which country has the highest resource for rare earth? Which country? Money?
China.
China.
48%. This is one of the reasons why China is very powerful, because they control the rare earth in the world, 48% of rare earth. If China don't want to sell the rare earth to other countries, they cannot make whatever thing. And this is the reason why a lot of manufacturing for all the handphones and TVs are all done in China, because rare earth is available there easily, And rare earth is very important. So this is what it's used for, rare earth, chemical processing, all those petroleum guys, you will know about this, oil and gas guys, okay, you'll know about this, right? What is that? So these are all rare and non-substitutable resources, okay? Now, we looked at resources. There are 6 types of resources. One are physical resources, okay? Physical means, for example, it could be a computer, it could be items that you have, that you can see, touch, and feel. These are physical, okay? It could be reputational. For example, Apple has got a reputation. Companies got a certain reputation. So Apple, ASO has got a reputation. Okay, so Petronas has got a reputation, right? Third could be what you call organizational. Okay, the organization itself has got a certain reputation. Okay, then it could be what you call financial. Okay, this is a resource. Finance, of course, money is a resource. The company has got deep pockets. That can be a resource. IP, intellectual property. It could be maybe you have certain trademarks, you have certain, like for example, Coca-Cola. Okay, do you know Coca-Cola? 50% of the value of the company, the real value of the company is in IP. Okay, IP means the formula, the Coca-Cola formula that they have. That means if you want to buy the Coca-Cola company, the cost of that is 50% of the cost is not the, 50% is basically the formula, that you do, you make, So they have so that is a resource that they have, KFC, they have the, special for herbs and spices, Technological, you have a software, you have kind of things, that, for example, the resources that, Tesla has, is basically their technological thing, all the software, for the car and all that. In fact, that is free, What Tesla has done is, all the software for the car that they do, they give it free, Anybody who want to use it you can do that, no problem, So it is, they don't charge you for any of the, let's say you take some of the software from the Tesla car and you make your own car, it's free. You don't have to pay for it, So they make it, all available for people like that. So this is what the thing, right? So this is basically the kind of a thing. For example, Microsoft, they have the software, and that is giving them huge amount of income for them, right? So 6 types of resources, Now, remember we talked about human resources. Look at Facebook. This is the Facebook office.
This is Facebook's office. We just moved in here about
maybe it's not so clear, but
at this point. And the thing that's notable about it is it's just this massive open floor plan. So here we can pan around and you can check it out. But basically, just for as long as you can see, people
It's open space, all open plan system, no rooms,
And the whole idea here is that by having an open floor plan where people work close to each other, it facilitates people sharing and communicating about what they're doing, which enables better collaboration, which we think is key to building the best services for our community.
So this is your resource,
Like this for a long time, and it's been a pretty core way for how we do what we do here at Facebook. So here, I'm gonna take you on a quick tour. So this is actually my desk right here. It's everyone has a desk, even the people who are running the company. There's no kind of special offices or anything like that. Here's mine. I just have a bunch of books here. This is the book that I was just reading for my Year of Books challenge. I have all kinds of other stuff. Here's something that actually someone on our laser communications team wrote. This is his textbook. There's just a bunch of interesting stuff. The folks who designed our updated logo, printed one out of wood. We have a model of a satellite that we're working on, and here's a model of the airplane that is going to be able to beam down internet access that we're working on. So all kinds of cool stuff here. Here, let's look over here. So this is the conference room that I actually spend a lot of my time in when I have meetings at Facebook. So here, let's come on in.
This is the only room they have,
At Facebook, no one has offices.
Oh. Okay, you got stuck, I think. Okay, so this is, you looked at the Facebook, they don't have offices, everything is open space, Why do they do that? What is the reason? Anybody? Why do they do that? Arul?
Flexibility.
Yeah, Arul, I can hear you.
Flexibility, sir.
Okay, flexibility. Yes, right. Okay, flexibility. Okay, and also collaboration. They work with each other. Okay, there's another. I think in your notes, in your slides, I've given you another video on Google. You can watch that video. It talks about Google's office. How Google's office is structured. The Google office is the 24 hours office. You can come in anytime. You can go out anytime, and you have enough food. Whatever you want to eat, you can eat. So that's basically the concept there, and basically it's innovation. It helps them to develop the kind of innovation line. So that's Facebook. You look at AeU. What does it look like? This is AeU office. What does it look like?
Like a mall.
It looks like a mall. It's exactly like a mall, you see. And the way they design it in such a way, very relaxed and atmosphere, people can sit anywhere they want to. It's all open space. Okay, all open space kind of concept they have, and this is what the
I was the first. I know nothing about technology. I know nothing about management. I know nothing about. But the only thing is that you don't have to know a lot of things. You have to find the people who are smart than you are. For so many years, I always try to find the people who are smart than I am.
So listen to this, sir.
And when you find so many smart people, my job is to make sure the smart people can work it together. And then if smart people can work it together, it's easier. The vision you believe. Because if stupid people can work it together easily, smart people can never work together.
Is it true or not? Is it true what he says?
Yes, yes.
It's true. Stupid people can work together, but smart people cannot work together. I'm sure in your organization you would have seen, two very clever fellas that will always fight, So as an entrepreneur, our job is basically how to put these two people together and come up with ideas. That's where our job is like. Not to sit down and you run the thing and manage it. Managing is the key. Like Jack Ma, the key is basically, is managing. He said, I don't know about managing. I don't know about IT. I don't know anything. All I know is how to take two people, put them together. And so basically, end of it, we are all managing what? People. Whatever industry you're in, we are actually people. You have to be a people person. If you're not a people person, it's going to be difficult for you. You might come up with the idea, you might come up with the innovation, but you're not going to be a success because you're not a people person. So it's very important. Okay, so that's Jack Ma. He got a lot of words of wisdom, right? Okay, we looked at the different type of resources, rare resources, hard to copy resources, why some teams work, why some don't, So we looked at a different type of thing. We look at Facebook Office, okay? Go back and listen, go at Google Office and see what the thing is, okay? Now we're going to look at the last part today. I think we finished 5 and 6 today, all right? So we're going to look at opportunity. Now this is opportunity. Now remember I told you that opportunity, all entrepreneurs are opportunities. They know how to go into the opportunity, when to go in and things like that. That's what makes them different from what you call others, right? Okay, so this is the 4 steps. Remember, we're looking at the 4 steps. Evaluate opportunity, business plan, what are the resources, and then managing the enterprise. Okay, so now we're going to the first step, evaluating the business plan. Okay, so by the end of this lesson, this chapter, we look at what is the opportunity. We look at the relationship between creativity and opportunity. And we're going to explain the source. Where does opportunity come from? How do you identify and how do you analyze it? Okay, so we're going to look at these areas, right? Now remember what Jack Ma said of opportunity. Where is opportunity? Do you remember? If you watch all the videos, you'll remember. Where is opportunity?
Internet.
In what, Dennis?
Internet.
Internet.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's not what he said. Remember what he said. Where is opportunity? Where is opportunity?
Find the right person.
Faisal?
Find the right person.
With us, is it?
No, opportunity is not with us. How do you look for, where is opportunity? Where can you find opportunity? Where can you find, okay, let's put it this way. Where can you find opportunity?
Other people's problem.
Problem, yeah, Sudha, problem, right? Remember what he said? No? Opportunity lie in the place where complaints are. Problems, right, isn't it? So when some people look at it as problem, entrepreneur will look at it as what? Opportunity. Okay, so this is what he said. So don't go look for opportunity. Look where are the complaints are. Where are people complaining? You see? If people are complaining, then you can think, oh, okay, I see there's an opportunity there, right? Another word that we use is called pain points. Okay, customer pain points into opportunity. You must learn. Entrepreneurs learn to convert the pain point. This is the word. Write down this word. Pain points. Pain points into opportunity. From a pain point, they convert it into an opportunity. Okay. All these companies, they look at it. We're going to look at a few companies. We're going to look at companies like Uber. We're going to look at the companies like Airbnb, right? So opportunity is defined as a favorable set of circumstances that creates a need for a new product, service, or a business idea. Okay, it's a favorable set of circumstances, right? This is from Bruce Beringer. Okay, now there are 2 ways to start an entrepreneur firm. Okay, 2 ways. One is to you start a company and then look for opportunity. 2 ways. You open up a company. Let's say me and you, let's say we open up a company and then you say, okay, is there any business we can do or not? We look for an opportunity. That is one way to start an entrepreneur. What is the second way you think? What do you think is the second way? One is to start a company and then look for opportunity. What is the second way you think, Nazri?
Teams.
Ada 2 cara, when you open a business, 2 ways. One is open a company and then look for what opportunity, what business we can do, Second is what?
Create the opportunity.
We don't create opportunity. Opportunity comes along the way, right, isn't it?
Location.
Yeah, Nora?
Location.
Not location. One way is you open a company and then you look for opportunity. Okay, let's ask our friend Vince, how did you do your business?
Okay, another way, maybe the needs.
What? Yeah, come again?
The needs.
Okay.
What people want.
Okay, he's right. One way is you open a company and look for opportunity. The other way is very simple. You recognize a problem and then think, hey, how can I solve it? And you open a company just to solve it, This is like companies like Uber, Amazon, Now, Amazon, you look at a problem, and then what you call, actually, Amazon is not here, sorry. Amazon was here. They open a business and then think, what can I sell, He said, what is the sell? Oh, books. That's why I started selling in books, okay, Amazon. Uber is look at a problem, okay? How Uber started off is two friends, they couldn't find a taxi, and then they're thinking, why is it so difficult to get taxi, why don't we just able to just press a button and then a car comes, isn't that wonderful or not? The one fellow say, are you crazy? Then the crazy become a idea, and that idea become a business. So they look at a problem and then they create a
solution.
A business opportunity. So this is how entrepreneurs start. Two ways to start the business line, right? Okay. So yours, how did you do? Do you open a company and think what business to do, or did you think it is a problem and then you came up with the opportunity?
No, opportunity.
You looked at the opportunity,
Yes.
Okay, you saw you were probably working somewhere else, and you saw it's an opportunity, a lot of people are wanting this kind of thing. There's nobody doing it, is it? Then you came up and you open up a business, right? Isn't it?
Yes, correct.
You are the second category, right? Okay. Now, how do you identify opportunity? Okay, few ways. You get input from where? From consumers, customers come and tell you, hey, I think I need this. This is a problem. Then you say, hey, it's a problem. How can I convert that into an opportunity? You can get it from business associate. Could be a partner, friends, they can come and tell you, hey, there's a need for this. Channel members. Channel means what? What is your channel? Channel is saluran. That means, for example, who are you marketing to? Sometimes you have reseller, that is your channel. Okay. For example, products are sold through different retail organizations. These are all channels. So the channel members will look at it and say, hey, why don't you do this? So this is what happened in some companies. They look at it and say, hey, they were dealing with what they call computers, and then they found that, certain parts cannot get, customers are coming and asking me, the distributor was telling you. Then what happened, they think of, then the manufacturer thought, why don't I do this way? I open up a website where they can directly order and pick it up from the retail shop itself. And it could be a technical people can come and tell you, hey, boss, this is something problem. They always got problem. Then you think, okay, how can I help that? So opportunity come from these areas, right? Now, you can get the opportunity can be innovated from within the industry. Within the industry means the unexpected. If something unexpected happens, and that can become a what you call opportunity. Incongruity means something that doesn't fit in. Something that doesn't fit in. A different category of people. Then you think, hey, why don't we do this? Then you come up with something that is what you call a thing. For example, the what do you call the toothpaste for sensitive teeth, Sensodyne, Sensodyne, right, isn't it? How did it come about, is it? So what happened was, they were found that, the normal toothpaste they were selling and doesn't help certain group of people. And they found that, there's a need for it, so that from there, is it? Okay. Inadequacy of underlying process. For example, if your process that you're doing, it doesn't work, or some always got problem. If you can solve the process, make it faster, that becomes a innovation, and that becomes an opportunity to start a business on that line, right? Changes in the industry or market structure. Suddenly you find that, for example, food delivery. Today, everybody's buying online, so that can be an opportunity for us also, okay? Or it can be from external. This is from within the firm or industry or outside forces, That could be demographic changes. What is demography? What do you mean by demography? When I say demography, what does it mean? I think we studied this in marketing, right? What is demography?
Targeted consumer.
Yeah, Faisal?
Targeted consumer.
It's not targeted grouping. What is Money? What is demography? When I ask you, what is demography?
Population.
Demography is not exactly population, not fully population. Izati, what is demography?
Is grouping each or is a group is a grouping each based on the target group.
Okay, demography is actually the study of people. Okay, so demography means you are grouping. She's correct. Grouping people according to age, what do you call gender. When you group people according to age, gender, race, religion, location, that is called demographic segmentation.
Structure, population.
What's that? What means?
Structure population.
Structure population. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I would ask, what is your demographic? That means you are going to tell me, okay, my demographic is maybe young, adults, or my demographic is old people, 80s, 60, or 50 and above. That's a demographic, is it? So
The
we
target
need to know-
audience.
Pardon?
Normally we use the terms target audience.
Target audience lah, all right?
Yeah.
Target audience lah, right? So that's your demo. So people, what's your demo? If let's say, for example, you want to sell a product to people, remember I told you on marketing, what's the first question you ask? Anybody remembers?
Target market.
Who is your target market? Very good. First question, if you want to sell any product to anybody, first question you ask is, who is your target market? Because once you know your target market, your marketing mix, your 4 Ps are going to be different, is it? Your target. So demographic changes can mean a change in the opportunity. It could be an opportunity, is it? More people are wearing this kind of clothing, or maybe more people are into this kind of thing, then we can look into those kind of areas. For example, people are moving into urban areas, is it? Okay, then can be an opportunity for people. Changes in perception. Perception means what? It could be like, for example, ups and downs, the economy, culture, fashion. Now today people are more into healthy food perception. Okay, so organic food. So that can be an opportunity for us. Technological changes, that also can be an opportunity. So these are all the sources of opportunity for people. Okay, now ability to recognize the business opportunity is fundamental. The entrepreneurial process is also growing business. Now, first of all, it starts with the prior knowledge of the market and customer problems. So where do you get this knowledge from? Customer knowledge and problems. Where do you get this information from? In order to go understand an opportunity, you need to know, the market and the customer. So where do you get that? From your education, right? Isn't it? Education means not going to university and study, but education means what you learn, Maybe you did the business before, you learn from it, is it? So that's your education, what you learn from, is it? It could be also from your experience, That means you've been working, your experience comes in, is it? That could be, experience means what? Can be work experience, can be personal experience also can. So this is where you get knowledge of the products and the customer problems, is it? And then from there, you look at the outcome. Successful recognition, entrepreneur alertness, and then the networks, the connections that you have. Right? So this is a model or framework on entrepreneurial opportunity, how you gain opportunity and how you use the opportunity to be a successful, what you call a venture. Now, come questions we need to ask. When we look at an opportunity, let's say somebody come to you and say, hey, somebody come to you, let's say, for example, you start a business. Let me ask our friend Manpower. Faisal. Go Faisal. Faisal? Faisal? Yes. How did you start your business, the Manpower business?
January 2020.
Apa tu? Saya dengar.
I started from January 2020.
2018. How did you know opportunity? Where did you get the opportunity? How did you come about the opportunity? The idea.
Basically, my manpower inside Rapid Pengerang.
Okay.
And then I one of the men.
Okay.
At this area lah. So I recognized one of opportunity to supply manpower to another company inside Pengerang area.
So you recognize there was a problem, is it? Where did you get the opportunity? Remember, opportunity is from problem.
Correct.
Was it a problem? You saw a problem?
Yeah, the problem is for our local people, and then I have opportunity to supply foreigner, and then I take the opportunity to supply foreigner.
Okay, so you saw there was a problem, and then you look at the opportunity to supply foreigners, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. So this is how you look at opportunity. You learn from your experience. I mean from your experience, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Correct.
some questions we need to ask. Are competitors overlooking a niche in the market? Maybe there are some competitors are not following one particular niche in the market. Is it? Niche means what? Do you know what's niche marketing? Remember, we learned niche marketing.
Niche marketing.
What is niche? Okay. The word niche. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Niche is new. Niche marketing, I don't know.
Niche means a certain segment of the market, a small segment of the market, is it? It's called a niche market. For example, you talk about Ferrari, All right, remember, who is their market? Ferrari. Is Ferrari everybody can buy?
No.
No.
No. So that's called mass market. You know, when you talk about mass market, is Coca-Cola. Can everybody drink Coca-Cola?
Yes.
Yes, everybody generally can drink Coca-Cola. They can afford a Coca-Cola. They afford to buy a Coca-Cola. But not everybody can afford to buy a Ferrari. So Ferrari is targeting a niche market, a small group of people who can afford, who like sports car. That's a niche market. So sometimes when you look at it, remember we looked at it earlier in the Porters, we can target a focus market. We can focus on one particular market alone. So maybe the competitors are not looking at the niche market, and then you think, hey, I can go for this niche market. People are selling burgers everywhere. Okay, so there is nobody is selling burger for healthy burger. Healthy burgers, burger you think what is unhealthy, right? Isn't it? Kalau kita jual burger is not healthy, Now there are people who are looking for healthy burger like me. Okay, I'm very conscious about health. We're already, we're looking at less oil, less this thing, Nobody looking at that. There is a niche market there, So that's a kind of a thing. So I had a friend of mine. What did he do? Open up a restaurant only for that kind of thing. So what he does is he sells keto. Have you heard of the word keto? Keto food. Hello?
Yeah.
Keto, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
Keto food is for healthy food, So his restaurant is only all keto food only. All keto food. It's expensive, but it's for keto, and it's a lot of customers keep coming in to the place because there's a niche market, right? For that, so that's what you can do. Now, is there a better way to reach a customer? Maybe instead of maybe you can send it to them. Is there a better way? These are questions we need to ask to make your opportunity to come up with the opportunity. Can we develop new product that offer better value? Better than the old one? Something new that we can do. So companies can ask, can I come up with something better? That can be what you call an opportunity. Right? Okay. And what opportunities are available in the industry? Okay, there's a question. Now let's look at the story of Airbnb. How many of you used Airbnb before? Let's see your hands. Anybody have used Airbnb?
No, sir.
No,
Me.
Oh, Vince, of course. Vince is used.
Yes.
Okay, do you know what Airbnb is? Okay, Airbnb is basically. Sudha, you use Airbnb?
No. I have not used Airbnb.
I never used that line. Actually, you should try all services line. I even use bike sharing. I just tried just for the sake of trying. Soka. Soka, right? Remember somebody mentioned Soka. I even tried that. I want to see how it works. I'm very quite curious about new innovations and new ventures into the business line. Right? Now, Airbnb started off actually with 3 friends together. Brian Chesky, Nathan, and Jeff Gabbia. What they did was they were actually staying in San Francisco. Okay. And they were students, and they were staying in an apartment, and they cannot afford to pay the rental. San Francisco is very expensive, So one day, what happened was, one weekend there was a huge conference happening in San Francisco. It's a design conference, So people from all over the world and country are coming and attending, and all the hotels are booked, So these 3 fellows say, hey, why don't we make some money, So what they did was they had no bid, but what they had an air mattress. You know what's an air mattress, right? Mattress, you pump air, and for people to sleep. So what they did was they advertised, air mattress for rent, in our room, So what happened was they rent it out, and people came. People came and rented because the hotels all were full. And people came and rented the air mattress. I think they sold it for like $10 or something like that for one night, And from there came the idea of Airbnb. They say, hey, look here, this works successful, And then from there, they slowly build it up. And today, Airbnb is the biggest hotel business, or hospitality business, and they don't even own a single hotel, When companies like Holiday Inn, do you know Holiday Inn recently closed down in Malaysia? Holiday Inn,
Yes.
They closed down. Huge company.
Yep.
They've been there for so many years, worth millions and millions. They closed. They cannot maintain. But Airbnb, they don't even own a single hotel, and it's the biggest hospitality company in the world. And today they're worth 31 billion. 31 billion. And they're going to go to IPO. I don't know whether they went into IPO or not recently. This month, I think they're supposed to go for IPO, So if you've gone for IPO, 31 billion at the company. 3 friends joined together and do that. So what did they do? They look at an opportunity in the market. They ask, is the niche in the market? Who would have thought that, people are going to rent their rooms, for this kind of thing? They never thought about it. And then they came up with the idea, and then they started giving, and people all over the world want to rent their rooms out to people, is it? And that became a huge business now, right? Okay. They are providing value for people who got empty rooms, who want to make some extra money. Airbnb was the way to go, right? Okay. Now, how Uber started?
One night, Camp and Kalanick were in a cab after a night out drinking in Paris. It was around 2 a.m. when the cabbie yelled at the group for being too boisterous and threatened to kick them out. Kalanick, infuriated by the disrespect, voluntarily got out of the cab. The incident stuck with him, and a scorned Travis Kalanick was now eager to work on Uber. That Parisian cabbie had just sparked the initial fire in a man who would go on to torch the entire taxi industry. So Camp and Kalanick got to work. Camp, who was inspired by James Bond, was determined to purchase a fleet of top-of-the-line Mercedes cars. Kalanick, however, disagreed with the idea of owning cars, and rather that drivers use their own cars in conjunction with the Uber app. At one point, Camp was so determined to buy the fleet of Mercedes cars that he called Kalanick and told him that he's going to lease out an entire parking lot in San Francisco.
He calls me, he's like, Travis, I've got the papers for the parking garage. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it, because I was just very against owning the assets, hiring the driver.
Camp finally gave in. So instead of buying dozens of flashy cars, they pitched the app to existing drivers of limos and luxury cabs. Years later, Uber's no-inventory business model would be valuated at $65 billion. Kalanick would then muse with pride.
Garrett brings the classy and elegance, like that's his part of it. Yeah. I bring the efficient, the value.
This move would go on to protect Uber from several regulations.
But Uber argues that it doesn't dispatch vehicles and the driver accepts or rejects the ride through an app.
Since they didn't own the cars and nor did they hire the drivers, Uber wasn't a taxi company. They were simply an app that connected people. Camp and Kalanick outsourced the engineering and development, and the Uber app was underway. Uber's first version, or minimum viable product, allowed a user to SMS their address to the app. The app would then find the nearest driver and dispatch the driver to the address provided. The app wasn't perfect, far from actually, but it served its purpose to validate the value they wanted to offer. It was in the next version of the app when things began to get exciting. The app now used GPS technology, and in true James Bond fashion, it showed the limo on the map as it moved toward the user. It was now time.
Okay, so basically, if you look and see, this is how Uber started. Started with a problem, okay, and then they look at it and say, hey, why can't we solve this problem? And they took the idea from James Bond, James Bond, there's a car, they can track the car, everything, and they say, why didn't we come up with something like that? And then the internet technology was there at the time. GPS technology was ripe, and the whole entire thing came into place. Everything came into the right timing, and that is how Uber started. They started with the problem. Okay, bike sharing. Okay, bike sharing in China. If you go to China, is one of the countries with many number of bikes there.
Traffic jams have long been a problem in China's big cities like Beijing and Shanghai. Now, some Chinese entrepreneurs are hoping to turn that into a new business. Bike sharing. OFO Bicycle and Mobike are two of the major players competing to convince Chinese consumers to cycle instead of drive. Together, the two companies have a fleet of hundreds of thousands of bikes in Beijing and Shanghai. And unlike bike rentals in most cities, you can use your smartphone to operate them. OFO targets students with cheap yellow bikes, some of which are secondhand. Users scan a QR code, enter the bike's license plate number, and then they receive a code for the keypad lock via text message. With a deposit of $15, OFO charges just 7 cents an hour. Mobike, which has orange-colored bikes, focuses on the white-collar crowd. Its bikes have higher quality wheels and fancy GPS-enabled technology. Users can book the nearest bikes on their smartphones and park them anywhere. The deposit for Mobike is $44 with an hourly rate of up to 30 cents.
Because so these are all technologies like how many of you tried bike sharing? Anybody tried bike sharing before? I don't think you all ride bikes anymore already, like, is it?
No.
Huh? Arul?
Yeah.
Ah. But actually now, I mean, this video is about a couple of years ago, but now, in fact, a lot of these companies have gone bust, In Malaysia, they tried, also failed. Why do you think bikes are not successful? What is the reason? A few of these companies went belly up, belly up means were a failure. Why do you think it became a failure? Sudha?
Not many using the bike nowadays, sir.
Selvi?
Not many using the bike.
Okay, not many using the bike. Yeah? Sudha, what do you think? Why do you think it's a failure?
Yeah. I think one of the biggest failures in Malaysia is because we do not have dedicated bicycle lane, like in the European countries.
Yeah.
That's one. The other thing is that we prefer, we can buy cars and also motorbike easily, right? So I think that was the reason,
Yeah. Okay, you're right. There's no bike lane actually. Unlike in Europe, I think they are very, like Amsterdam and all that, there's a lot of bikes there. They were dedicated lanes for that. So that's the thing. And then vandalism. There also another thing is vandalism, so they were not really taking care of the thing properly. And that's one of the reasons business didn't come out. So imagine people who invested in the business would have lost money. It's not working now. Soka is another company. I don't know how they are doing also. Soka, where you can rent your car. I think it's a good idea. The concept is very good, but I don't know. Maintenance might be very expensive. Soka. How many of you done Soka before? Vince, you tried Soka?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
Try that. It's very good. Good idea. You want to just go pick up and come. You can try that. That's a very good kind of thing. Try new technology, see what's happening. Right? Okay. There are a few other videos you can see inside your notes. You can add on and see that. Okay. Now the important thing is the link between creativity, invention, and innovation. The creativity is the starting point. Okay, whether it's associated with invention or opportunity spotting, starts off with creativity. So whether it's innovation, creativity is turned into a practical reality through innovation. So creativity is thinking, innovation is doing it. Okay, creativity is thinking, innovation is doing. So creativity and innovation. This is what do you call the thing is. Now this is a matrix that's quite interesting. Now, if let's say, for example, your creativity is very high, let's say, for example, in a country, let's say you take a country, for example, or a company also, let's say the creativity is very high, very high, but what do you call entrepreneurship, is low. Creativity is high, entrepreneurship is low, it becomes a struggler. Now, if let's say, for example, the creativity is very low, but entrepreneurship is high, then you become a copier. So remember China. China used to do a lot of copying. Do you remember many years ago? China was famous for copying things, right? Isn't it? I think something like 10, 15 years ago, a lot of things were copying. All the handphone, everything used to be copied. I remember somebody was telling me once, I was in China at that time. I went for some conference, they're telling that in a story, in China, they had an Apple shop, Apple store, Apple, selling Apple. And all the items there were totally duplicate, 100% duplicate, So they duplicated the entire store to look like an Apple store. And all the items inside there, the iPad, the iPhone, all the thing, the Mac, everything was a totally duplicate, not original. And even the people that were working there, they didn't know. The staff who were working there, they thought they were working for Apple, but actually no, they were not. So what happened was, how they found out is one staff of Apple from US went for a holiday to China, And then when he went inside the shop, he saw, hey, open this shop here. How come we don't have a shop here? Is the shop here? He went inside and looked at the products. Only then he found out that actually it's all a duplicate line. So that is how China was like. 10, 15 years ago, they were totally duplicate everything. Why? Because creativity was very low. They were not very creative. So, but the entrepreneurship is good because they have a lot of money. They want to do business. So what happened was, since your creativity is low, you become copier. You become a copier. If your creativity is high and your entrepreneurship high, you become an innovator. Okay, like China is entrepreneurship is very high, and this thing, like US, their innovation is very good. Why? Because they are creative. At the same time, the creative is high. At the same time, entrepreneur. Japan is an innovator, because they come into this category. Okay, where is Malaysia? Let's ask question. Where is Malaysia? Where do you think is Malaysia? Izzati. Come, all of you, I want you to contribute to this. Not I talking all the time. Where do you think is Malaysia?
Maybe D, sir.
D. Okay,
Yeah.
Why did you say that? Substantiate your thing.
Stagnant. Depend on others.
Because, how many of you, do you agree or not? That means what you're saying is the entrepreneurship is low.
Yeah.
I mean, people, and then creativity is very low. Is it correct?
Yeah.
I'm agree.
Agree.
I agree into that because of, I took one example like Uber. Uber tried to penetrate market in Malaysia, but unfortunately they are, I can say, considered failed because of they are not settled at the government level, like the political level. So when the government is not accept the technology, it's become stagnant. So what you can do? I think you want to move forward, you want to accept technology, you are not going anywhere, which is that the other country is accepting your technology.
Okay. All right. So I think we are a lot politically inclined, and that's one of the reasons why we are China is they're very now innovators. They are moved from copier to innovator. There are a lot of new innovations like artificial intelligence and things like that are coming out from China. Huawei is huge into innovation now. Now everybody looking to China for even software and products and things like that. China is the #1 place now. They are actually leaps and bounds ahead of. In fact, 5G now China is way ahead. Do you know that, right? Isn't it? 5G.
Yeah.
Huawei. Why do you think US is jamming Huawei and things like that? Because Huawei is basically leaps ahead of what you call in 5G. In 5G technology. Because the person that comes up with the 5G technology can make a huge amount of money because of royalties. For example, if I am the de facto standard for, let's say, 5G technology, that means everybody has to pay me royalty. If you want to follow the same 5G technology, everybody has to pay me royalty. Now US want to be that. They want to be the #1 to get money from everybody. But China want to be faster. So what they did, they have developed the 5G technology, everything all proper, done ready. But US is upset because why? They have lost the race. What they did was they found Huawei is a problem, so they jammed Huawei. Remember they cut off Huawei. They say Huawei is stealing secrets and all that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And they cut off Huawei and all that. So all this is basically is just a game for 5G technology. Okay, so they are now more innovators. US is now going to struggling level already, because entrepreneurship is low. I think because Donald Trump came and don't know what he did, so they are struggling now, so they are more into the struggle. So this is a very good grid to help us to understand what is the innovation environment of a country or even a company also, right? Okay. Now there are 3 basic approaches to innovation. Okay, one is have a problem and seek a solution. Polaroid camera. Okay, now what happened was, how Polaroid was invented is Edwin Land. What he did was, he was working in Kodak. So what his wife daughter was asking him, why is it that I can't take picture and then immediately I can see it? Why must I wait for a long time? And that thought came into his mind. And he said, hey, why can't we do that? And that is where he came up with the Polaroid idea of the Polaroid, and he invented the Polaroid camera. Okay, because of problem, he sought solution. This is how innovation came about. Or you can have a solution and seek a problem. Remember, we talked about the post-it notes, right? They designed the post-it notes, but they don't know what to do with it. Because why? It's something new invention, but don't know what to do with the thing. So post-it note is something like you have a solution and then you look for a problem, that is post-it notes line, right? Third one, identify a need and develop a solution. Okay, now James Dyson, James Dyson who made the Dyson, what do you call this thing? What he did was, he was frustrated with existing services and product. The Dyson cleaner is that he developed because he was frustrated with the inadequate suction provided by existing vacuum cleaner. So his vacuum cleaner is not working properly, so he's very unhappy. He said, why didn't I think of a way how to develop a new, vacuum cleaner? And that is how we came up with this powerful, this thing. So Dyson's products are very innovative. Look, like this fan, there's no kipas, Kipas, tara kipas. How many of you have seen this fan?
Yeah, there's no blade inside.
No blades, yes.
Yeah. Okay, even hair dryer also is like that, is it? How it works, I also really do not know how it works, is it? But it's a new technology, So he came up with a new idea, something that, so because of a problem. He saw that things are not working properly, so he came up with a newer method, right? Okay, we're going to look at evaluating the opportunity. Okay, now evaluating opportunity is the most critical element. There are a lot of opportunities, but not all opportunity gives you the return, ROI. Some is not going to give you money. So it's very important for the entrepreneur to evaluate the opportunity. Okay, there are a few questions that we need to ask, And first of all, you must remember I told you we need to make sure the opportunity fit the skill and the goal. If I want to open up a restaurant, I must know how to cook. Otherwise, the cook lari already, then I'll be in trouble. If I want to open up a school, I must know how to teach. So it's important that as an entrepreneur, we need to know what are the things. There are some exceptions, like Jack Ma. He don't know about computer, but he opened up a computer company. Because he had 18 partners, and the 18 partners, they know what is it. That's why he had 18 partners. Okay. Otherwise, if you know, then you don't. You need to know people, partner with somebody who can actually know the skill, like Steve Jobs. He doesn't know about IT, but he knows somebody who do IT, Steve Wozniak, and they partnered together and started the, the Apple computer company. Now, how do you evaluate? There are a few ways of looking at it. First of all, look at the length of the opportunity. I mean, how long can you run this thing? This business, how long? Is it for a short while, long term? So that's also one of the things you got to look at. Is it for an interim period? Now the opportunity is there. I can make money fast and run away. Maybe that can be the kind of thing. Is it? Second, is it real and perceived value? Real value is different from perceived value. Perceived value means we think, oh, very good, But really, actually, how much you really, we do not know. Is it? Really, the thing. So we have to look at the real value. Risk. Okay, we have to look at the risk and the return. Is it berbaloi or not? Is it the amount of money and the time and energy you spend? Is it going to give you the kind of return or not? Is it? We have to look at that. Second, does it fit with the personal skill and the goal? We looked at that, right? And then is it unique? We have to find out whether is it unique or not. If what you're doing tomorrow, somebody has something, better than that, then gone already. What is the advantage that you have? Okay, so in a competitive environment, you have to see whether whatever you're doing is unique or not. So these are the key things that you have to learn to evaluate every thing. Now, as business people or working people, you will come across people who come and give you ideas, They'll tell you, hey, this is very good idea, Have you ever invested in any business or not before? Selvi, have you invested in any business before?
No, sir.
No.
Not that.
Why? You can't take the risk or what? Or no time?
Yeah, can't take the risk, sir.
Can't take the risk. How about Deva? Have you ever? No, okay. Sometimes somebody will come to you, your sister, uncle, brother, will come to you and say, hey, very good business, is it? So you need to do an analysis. Don't give up the idea, is it? But you need to do an analysis, all right? Okay, now, these are the questions that you got to ask yourself, all right? Now, what market does it fill? What personal observation have you experienced or recorded? What market research? You must come up with the research. True or not, you can make so much of money. Is it true or not, there's a demand for this particular product, is it? Okay, what patterns will be available to fulfill the need? Is there competition? How much is the competition? Sometimes no competition also no good, is it? Because no competition means there's no market, is it? Right? So sometimes we don't think there's no competition who are very good, Sometimes no competition, too much competition is not good. There must be a little bit of competition existing in the market, is it? What does the international market look like? What does the international competition look like? What profit can be generated from these activities? These are questions that we need to ask ourselves, right? Okay, with this topic, we looked at opportunity. What's the relationship between creativity and invention? We look at source of opportunity within the industry, external. We look at 3 basic approach to innovation and identify the opportunity recognition. Okay, so these are the things that we look at. Right. Look, the final topic is evaluating the opportunity. Okay, we'll run through this quickly. Okay, we look at the model for assessing entrepreneurial opportunity. We'll discuss different feasibility analysis. We're going to look at the 5 forces model and discuss the financial feasibility analysis. Now, what's the difference between an idea and an opportunity? What is an idea? What is an opportunity? Okay, idea is a thought. Okay, a thought or concept for a product or service. Opportunity is a need for a want, a problem, or challenge that might be satisfied by an entrepreneurial venture. So this is how idea and opportunity is different slide. Idea, business success requires more than just a great new idea. You need a good idea, to capitalize on an opportunity. Okay, we need to do feasibility analysis on 3 components: industry, product, and financial part of it. We need to look at the before we start any entrepreneur starts any business, you need to do an industry and market feasibility analysis. Okay, right. So let me run through it quickly. Okay. Five stages of opportunity assessment. Okay, now remember I told you about assessment. Okay, first of all, you need to look at the resources. Look at what remember the 6 types of resources we have, right? Okay, now analyze the strength and weakness. Consider how to utilize these opportunities. Look at whatever resources that you have. Do you have the resources? Do you have the knowledge? Do you have people who can help you? Look at the skills, okay, capabilities, and look at the competitive advantage. Does it have potential for FCA? Sustained competitive advantage. Okay. Now we have to look at that. And strategy. What kind of strategy? Remember, we looked at 3 different strategies that we can follow. Whether is it cost leadership, whether it's focus strategy, whether it's a differentiation strategy. Right. So these are the different what you call focuses that we need to do into analysis of the opportunity analysis. Okay, I will not do 5 forces with you because you can study this in your strategic management class, because this is quite a deep, subject line. Okay, now we will stop here. Tomorrow we will do chapter 7 to chapter 11 line. So chapter 7 to chapter 11 is basically, this is the topic slide we're going to cover in chapter 7 to 11. Okay. Tomorrow we will look at the strategic business plan. Okay, business plan. Remember I told you about the business plan. What is a business plan? If you want to start a business, remember the process we look at. First is looking at the opportunity and evaluating the opportunity. Then looking at doing a business plan and then running the business. 3 different steps, right? Okay. And tomorrow we look at this. What is a business plan? What are the different steps of a business plan? Okay, we're going to look at that. We're going to look at what is creativity and innovation. And business financing, we're going to look at finances. Where can we get money for business? What are the different ways of sources of financing? We're going to look at what is venture capital. We're going to look at what is crowdfunding. Okay, you would have heard some of these words like crowdfunding, venture capital funding. What are the different areas, right? And business evaluation control and debt capital. How do you control the thing? A lot of times businesses fail because of money, not enough money. Okay, how do you evaluate and how do you control your debt? Okay, and then topic 11 is about managing the growth of the business. All right, so these are 3 chapters that we will look at, and finally we'll spend the last hour next week, tomorrow, on assignment. We look at the assignment slide. We will look at the assignment. Where